Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me today, and welcome to another episode of Occulted. I originally had a whole other segment planned for last week, but then we started having all of this turmoil in the Middle East, and I thought it may be more productive to have a little look at what's going on behind the veil when it comes to war, when it comes to the earth and land, and how there are actually occult forces in land that people often fight over, or that are actually driven by impulses within the earth. And also, I want to get a little bit into Trump's leadership and his connections, his personal connections to the Middle East, and people in his cabinet's connection to the Middle East, and the Third Temple, the construction of the Third Temple. And we're also going to address some clips floating around to do with the Middle East and Israel in the past few days. And it's going to be a pretty interesting all-around show today that's a mix of clips and commentary about what's been going on the past few days in pop culture, and then esoteric underpinnings of current events. So I think when it comes to these battles, war, culture wars, we have to understand that we're not operating in an island, right? Like, we're not just material things, animals or something that are just operating on the material world. We actually are very, very influenced by different spiritual forces that come from the earth and also heaven. And in earlier periods, we used to understand this very closely. But the more that we've moved into scientism and natural science and materialism, we've really lost our connection with the earth and the cosmos. And we no longer understand that certain portions of the world contain very specific occult forces, and that different occult groups will actually battle and fight for certain energies that are available in those lands, or even seek to reconstruct certain parts of the world in an image that gives them more power, or seek to reconstruct certain parts of the world so that they look like a prior era, that then gives them by default occult power. This is something that we need to understand if there is the chance that we're going to be embroiled in another quagmire in the Middle East. We need to become very aware, especially with that region that is pretty much a very important region for all religions. You know, whether you're Muslim, whether you're Christian, whether you're Jewish, that region is incredibly important on the side of the occult. Let's not forget that. Let's not ignore that. Let's not act like everything going on is just to do with nuclear disarmament, okay, or, you know, finances or gas or oil. That's a mistake. If we really want to confront what's going on in the world, we're going to have to go a lot deeper, and we're going to have to look at the occult side of things. We cannot ignore this any longer, okay? So the first way into understanding the earth and the forces that come from the earth is to look at the earth as actually a being, an entity. And that entity basically radiates from her body a bunch of different, you could say, impulses at different places in the world. This has been kind of explained through the concept of ley lines. Ley lines kind of being similar to, you know, Chinese acupuncture on the body, or the Indian system of nadis, N-A-D-I-S, where there are lines of power, of magnetism and electricity that in a more basic sense create certain impulses. Now, within that magnetism, within that electricity, are spiritual forces, actually spiritual entities. There are spiritual entities that work through certain parts of the world. Okay, so a good example of this is that sometimes you'll look at, like, you'll see this temple that's just abandoned, right? Like, I think of Göbekli Tepe, but there's many examples of this where it looks like there was this worship site, and one day it was just abandoned, covered in sand, or it looks like people just left and it was like a thriving culture, a thriving civilization, and now nobody's there anymore? Yes, because certain forces rise up out of the land, and people understood this, shamanic people understood this, or especially in pagan times when people were very close to nature and saw God in nature rather than within themselves. They would especially work to figure out the forces in the land. And when a certain force was arising in the earth, also as part of a cosmic expression, they would develop certain temples and cultures around that particular entity, that particular expression of God, right? Which they would personify into different deities, different kinds of angels, or whatever have you. And so this is why you actually, when you look at our ancient past, we're not actually at all looking at a stagnant map where groups of people existed in one place in the world all the time, forever. That's where they've always been. Actually, there have been incredible migrations that have occurred. And these migrations are often due to certain peoples being called to caretake and develop certain parts of the earth. And that's the real occult reality of the earth, and why temples appear certain places, why incredible spiritual events and incarnations happen in certain places. It's all very exact, and occultists certainly understand this. The average person doesn't understand this nor care, but occultists do. Occultists do. So in a way, also, the earth can also behave like a magnetic strip on a tape. So you know how back in the day you had those tapes and you put them in your cassette player and you could record something, you could record your voice or record the radio. The earth is like that too. The magnetic field of the earth is like that too. And so if certain events have taken place on the land, then like a magnetic strip, what has occurred there is also repeating over and over and over again in the land as well. This is why when you get somewhere like Gettysburg here in America, people will go ghost hunting, or they'll be driving by and they'll see like a brigade marching around, or certain places in the world where a lot of blood has been spilled, and we'll get a lot into blood today. You'll see that there's kind of an intense feeling around, or when there's been heightened emotion in a certain house, you can feel that. That's because the earth is actually a magnetic entity, and she is absorbing all of our thoughts and all of our feelings, and all of the events actually replay over and over and over again. And when you're a psychic, there's nothing like spooky or weird about it. You're just literally tapping into oftentimes these imprints, and you can read them. And then on a larger scale, this happens on a cosmic level as well. And they call that reading the Akashic records. There's nothing spooky about it. There's nothing evil about it. There's nothing weird about it. It exists in the magnetic field of the earth and in the cosmos itself. Okay. So mysticism isn't evil. It's not spooky. It is reading these fields and being trained to do that. So there's also been, strangely enough, there's also certain entities that you could call them like fallen angels, or certain entities that were summoned during the darker eras of the earth, and actually cast into certain places in the earth. So we're also dealing with certain places in the earth having entities cast into the body of the earth. And that's very unusual as well, but it's not unheard of. We hear about that in the Bible, for example, with Lucifer and the Luciferic hordes that get trapped in the earth. And that is actually a means that happens quite often in the spiritual world, as entities their bodies will become essentially trapped in what is the earth, in the core of the earth. And there are means that can be done that release that. And one of those means is the incredible shedding of blood, or war. So, and by the way, I'm not saying that we are in war There has been plenty of bloodshed in the Middle East lately before there was a strike on Iran by Israel and America. So it's not about just the Israeli and American sort of strikes right now. I'm talking about in general, okay? So you could say that certain occult orders seek to control the forces that spill forth from the earth. They seek to release certain entities, summon certain entities forth that are coming from within the core of the earth there. And again, any kind of strife, any kind of violence, any kind of bloodshed, any kind of chaos does help to do that, which is why genuinely spiritual people, and certainly genuine Christian people, will not be for that. And every single means of negotiation and every single way in which any bloodshed and any violence can be prevented is ideal. Not for even any human means, but because of the occult reality that what these conflicts do for releasing and feeding demonic entities that affect the world. You know, we battle with principalities beyond ourselves, and the dark ones like chaos, they like violence, they like turmoil, they like human blood. Okay, we're not gonna dance around things here. So one of the most fascinating things I want to add too, because Russia is mentioned on the sidelines, and we've been at a kind of a proxy war with Russia. I guess some people would call it a direct war with Russia for a long time. And there are certain powers in the world that seek to, I would say, keep every country polarized in a specific way against other countries. And Russia has certainly been like that. We've been polarized against Russia for a long time, despite Russia being our ally, an ally of the West in World War II, and us having very similar cultural aspects and things like that. And I want to mention that because as the world evolves and as the earth is really a being, it has certain points on her body that, again, become the impulse of a new civilization, a new era. Okay. And so for the last over 1,000 years, we have been in the Anglo-German society, meaning that basically the West has dominated the world and has been the controlling, you could say, factor, delivering both an evolutionary impulse, which is supposed to be freedom. Okay, that's what the West is supposed to bring in its influence and in its image. But there are so many forces that seek to prevent that. But that's what the mystery school idea is, or the esoteric reality of this epoch is supposed to be. It's supposed to bring forward freedom. But if that's your value and if that's your goal, of course, you're going to have so many other forces that try to prevent that from taking place. So it's something that we have to fight for. It's something that we have to be strict about. And it's something that we have to adhere to and understand is part of our ethos. Okay. So in around 1,500 years or so around the year 3,573, the Earth basically makes a big shift. Now it makes a shift in the astrological age in which it's under. It moves into what's called the Aquarian age. We're currently not yet in that age. And the power will naturally shift into the area of Russia or into the Slavic epoch amongst the Slavic peoples. And it's very important that that shift take place in a way that is productive. And the reason being is because that Russian Slavic area of the earth is where the impulse from the earth and into the people and in the cosmos, that is going to be the impulse that ultimately confronts the Antichrist forces, or Ahriman. So the force that confronts Ahriman, the force that actually confronts the Antichrist movement and the Antichrist culture, is going to come from the Slavic region of the world, from that Russian corridor there. It's going to come from the Slavic people, okay? So all of this stuff to divide the Slavic people and to control that region, what is that really about? When we understand that the earth is a being and these different forces are rising up from her, including impulses for different civilizations to rise and fall, right? There's also past civilizations in the earth that have had their rise, that have had their fall as well. And they have a certain kind of occult purpose and power as well. But I'm going to now read to you a portion from Rudolf Steiner's Electronic Doppelganger on page 80 that describes this very well, that describes the idea of the earth as a living being, the earth as an organism. Okay. The earth is a living organism. And as a living organism, it has an influence on the beings that wander around on it, namely on human beings themselves. And just as human beings are differentiated with respect to the distribution of their organs within their bodies, so the earth is also differentiated with respect to what it develops out of itself, and with which it influences the human beings who wander around on it. I'm sure you are aware that when you think, you do not exert a particular effort with your right index finger. You know, when you're thinking a thought, you're not like, oh, I'm thinking from this part of my body or this part of my body. You don't think from your left big toe. You think with your head. You can feel that thinking is occurring in your head. You know for certain that you do not think with your big toe, you think with your head. Things are thus variously distributed within living organisms, which is differentiated. In the same way, our earth is also differentiated. Our earth is certainly not a being that radiates up the same thing to all of its inhabitants. Instead, in different regions of the earth, very different things radiate up. There are always different types of forces, magnetic and electrical, but also forces that rise up to a much greater extent into the living realm out of the earth, and which influence human beings in the most varied ways at different points of the earth. These forces influence human beings in different ways depending on geographical formations as well. So what we're looking at there is the occult reality of the earth. And, you know, where you're living is going to have an influence on your consciousness. And even further, certain beings of the spiritual hierarchy are directly working through the land. They're directly working upon your consciousness. And it's a fascinating concept. And it's something that we need to understand in regards to, you know, why do people fight over certain places? Like, why do people want land? Is there some kind of occult power that exists in land that they need to exert force over you, power over you, or just whatever it may be? We have to start thinking about that when it comes to war, when it comes to battles. Is there actually a drive to control certain parts of the world because the entities that are there, and because certain powers that can emit from that reality, especially combined with technology? Okay, so the earth is a being who radiates from herself specific spiritual forces or spiritual entities. Occultists understand that certain areas on the planet contain certain beings, and their forces can be harnessed under a magician's will. Higher spiritual groups will seek to ennoble humanity by communicating the highest expression of life. Like we were talking about how the ages will naturally shift over from one impulse and one influence into an evolved influence. Well, people who are there to ennoble themselves and ennoble the world will be stewards of that. But then people that have a darker persuasion will really kind of use lunar forces, lunar magic, black magic. That's what the anthroposophical side would say. And death forces, and in an attempt to basically control humanity through chaos. When occultists look at the earth, they see different lands as bearing different kinds of spiritual forces that contain different beings. Dark occultists, yeah, okay, we did that. All right, so let's get a little bit into the spiritual side of war and the esoteric side of war. And I'm just, again, speaking in general, because I think everyone has just been seeing the word war flashing across the news pages, and, it's not clear at this point in time if there are going to be retaliatory actions. There may not be. But I think it's just a really good opportunity to actually talk about war, because as we know, there's many different kinds of warfare and different types of war. And even though we're not technically the goalposts change all the time, but even though we're technically not in a war in the Middle East, or technically, I guess, anywhere, there are different kinds of warfare. And when technology becomes really, really, really advanced, it becomes more about propaganda and controlling what you think, controlling what you can talk about, controlling what you can say. It becomes more about removing freedoms, and the warfare becomes much more subtle, actually. So we have actually been at war nonstop, and we are at war today with a specific group of people that are now not really wanting to have these kind of archaic trench warfare, or even some of the technology we have. The warfare is in our mind, and whether you're going to accept certain propaganda, accept massive surveillance. The ultimate domination really is, things like Palantir and this massive surveillance movement that's going on, where the only place that it can pretty much lead is deeper and deeper versions of the Patriot Act, and freedom being taken away more and more and more, right? So we are at war, whether you want to admit it or not. We are facing the incredible amount of hyper-technological growth that's being introduced to humanity unethically, in a way where not everybody understands it, not everyone can participate, and most of it is being used in the military and with certain extremely wealthy people to ultimately set up surveillance programs, okay, or different sort of operations that could be used for data gathering, which in our culture is 100% a war, okay? So let's get a little bit deeper into the occult reality of war, and even sinking into the past and barbarism and even more blood warfare like used to be common even 100 years ago. So in our era, what we're really challenged to do, because humanity evolves over time, we don't stay stagnant in the same condition. Every epoch, every era, we are challenged to develop further, to become closer to God, develop higher organs, okay? And, that is our task. And so, there's always something wrong when someone's talking about like spirituality or whatever, but it's a fragment, and there's no acknowledgement of how humanity has evolved since the beginning of time, since the beginning of the Earth's inception. The only way to actually do any kind of spiritual analysis is to understand the evolution of the earth and the evolution of man. So where we are at this point in time really is we're being called to shift away from this Mars impulse, which is the impulse of might is right, barbarianism, this concept that, which I see a lot, which is that there's a huge number of people that just do not believe in statecraft. They do not believe in diplomacy. They don't actually think anything can be solved by negotiation. And even negotiations themselves become manipulation tactics just to be barbaric. Because deep down, there's a large number of people that just do not see, they just do not understand that negotiation is possible. And what is really the Mercury impulse is where we're meant to be. So there's a major clash between people who understand the way of what you would call Mercury, which is communication, which is right use of technology, which is diplomacy, which is statecraft, which is really avoiding violence to really an extreme degree, a movement away from that. And then you've got people who think that's childish. They think the only thing that people respond to is like being hit, or the only thing that people really respond to is destruction, something being like blown up or, killing. And it's just brutality. And they do not allow for statesmanship to really, or they're not capable of it. And so we see that being the dividing point between, I think, culture right now is this Mars impulse, which is might is right, which is about domination, really. And the idea that we live in a multipolar world, we have different powers going on. And the real way to move forward in society is to become very, very, very good at diplomacy and become cooperative and actually understand, statecraft. And most of all, why the Mercurial impulse, I think, is so hard for politicians and people in power is that, there's so much blackmail that goes on. And to be in a position of influence, it's it's almost non-existent that people aren't just blackmailed and threatened and all this kind of stuff. So it's hard to get to that Mercurial impulse because people ultimately will collapse under certain pressures. But nonetheless, that is the only thing that will save and move forward humanity is we have to move into that Mercurial impulse. So the other thing about war and all of this stuff is it's actually a form of chaos magic. So when there is constant fear and survival mode, that's destabilizing. And that's the definition of chaos magic. So war and strife and division is a form of chaos magic. Okay, it fractures groups along lines of trauma and it augments differences. So what, you could say the deep state or like the dark permanent government that really runs the world, their goal is really to keep people so divided among every single line they have so that they can maintain power and continue to consolidate it, to continue to bring in the surveillance state and all of that. We need to hate each other for that to happen. Let it be clear. Every straight person has to hate every gay person and every man has to hate every woman. Okay, every black person has to hate every white person. Every Jewish person has to hate every non-Jew, and everyone has to hate Jewish people. Come on. We have been systematically divided for a long time so that one group can pick up the pieces and and rebuild the planet the way they see fit. We have problems, we have cultural differences, we have very deep ancestral wounds through things like slavery, through things like different wars and very deep traumas that go on, and these need to be healed. But we're not going to heal them if we're allowing ourselves to constantly be propagandized to and repeatedly be told to hate each other. I can't sometimes log on to X or these different social media platforms without what seems to me to be extremely divisive content, racially, dividing the genders, all of that. That we need to see that, and we need to really come together and understand that if you sense a problem in the world, okay, if you want things to get better, it's not going to come through hatred. It's going to come through us coming together. That's what the powers that be really fear. They really fear us coming together. And whatever problems we have, and there are many and they are legitimate, we can do so through genuine means of healing and discussion, which we actually even haven't had a chance to really do. Because all of these movements, or most of them, even if they began as a good movement, have been infiltrated. Because we're at war, and it's a different kind of war. Okay? We need to wake up to this. So all of this conflict all the time enables oligarchs to enrich themselves further. It keeps humanity from really discovering who they are, and that we have much more to offer each other in the ways of our differences than we do to be apart. I don't care who you are. I don't care what walk of life you come from. I'm interested, okay? Because we're human. And because God exists in every single person. And that is the attitude that we have to get through all of this. We are not each other's enemy, okay? So war is a way of reducing humanity into fear, into chaos, into survivalism. And what we don't, so that we don't focus on healing and having even deeper spiritual discussions. I mean, having healthy, nourishing spiritual discussions would just be the end of the world, I think, for certain individuals that profit and benefit so much from dividing us. War ultimately prevents evolution. I think it was Marjorie Taylor Greene that posted on Twitter recently. She said that it seems like just when the world is starting to get going, or just when America seems to get their footing and they start to come back into center with the Bill of Rights and get a little bit of a footing, get a little bit of recovery going, suddenly we need to start interfering with the Middle East all of a sudden. Okay, suddenly we need to start interfering with the Eastern Europe. Right? And we all know, I mean, anyone that's looked into these different theaters, whether it be the Middle Eastern theater, whether it be the Eastern Europe theater, they're very, a lot of people can't actually really agree on how they even started, right? Different historians, different political analysts will argue about how the war even started. That's how convoluted this is at this point. We have to see this stuff as a tactic at this point, right? We have to start operating from a completely different paradigm, all right? So war prevents evolution. It's a form of chaos magic. And any blood spilled, any fear produced, that feeling of survivalism that you know that you feel when we're involved in stuff like that can be directed to the demonic plane. At our point in development, there can be there can be no war. We can let go of this barbarism and this violence. We can have the capacity for statecraft and for negotiation and for diplomacy. It's time to let go of this Mars ideology that where everything has to be achieved through shows of violence, shows of dominance. War is not peace, and war will always produce more war, even if it's on a different front or another time. War will always beget more war. And no blood feud, okay, is going to be solved by more war either. There's always going to be more people being radicalized. At some point, we're just going to have to negotiate all of this. We're just going to have to talk about it. And we're going to have the right people in political office and in world life on the world stage that are actually capable of this. And it's our job to ensure that this happens. And part of that is actually, again, understanding the spiritual reality of all this stuff, because we spend way too much time talking about the nukes, talking about, oil, talking about the most materialistic aspects, while if the spiritual side of it was just taken that much more seriously, the result would be a massive shift. So as long as we're focusing so materially on this, we're just going to ironically get drawn deeper and deeper into it. Okay, so, all right. Oh, I'm just going to see if there's any comments here yet. Doesn't look like it. All right. So if you're enjoying this or you enjoy any of my other streams, I'm completely viewer supported. I don't take anything from any sponsors or anything like that. So if you enjoy this, please make these talks possible by signing up and becoming a member on my website, which is ggyoung.com. I do live Q&As for like 3-4 hours every 2 weeks. There's hundreds of hours of content on everything that you can imagine on my website. There are forums and incredible spiritual people that discuss everything under the sun there. So if you enjoy this material, please do consider supporting me so I can continue to do this for you. All right, let's get into the elephant in the room. Okay, the esoteric geopolitical elephant in the room, the Third Temple. The building of the Third Temple. I have not heard this talked about very much in the past year, despite, in my opinion, this being a very, very big deal. Okay, the construction of the Third Temple on the Temple Mount is a very big deal, and it's also could be part of the political motivation for this that is undisclosed, right? So are we, just being real, okay? Whether you agree with the Third Temple or not, are we going to see in the next year, shorter, the Temple Mount leveled? Is it going to be 3 years? Are we going to see war in the Middle East that perhaps America is funding or becoming involved in? Are we going to see that clear the Temple Mount, clear the Dome of the Rock, clear the Al-Aqsa Mosque there, so that a third temple can be built? Is that part? Of course, there's other reasons. There is, there's oil. There's many different reasons why land is valuable. But on the spiritual side, is part of the reason why this is going on to build the third temple? And if so, how should we approach that? What does that mean? And also, what is the third temple? What do you need to know about the third temple? And what is the kind of esoteric underpinnings of what it is and what would go on there? Okay. So I would say that I guess we'll start with, so why I'm mentioning this is because as soon as this conflict started, I started to look into the Third Temple, which I initially began researching and learning about a long time ago. And then I picked up again on October 7th. And in the back of my mind, I was thinking, like, is there actually a spiritual occult purpose where this temple has to be built for the worship of certain forces? They need that. And is that part of this, being honest, right? And then I realized that there's this place in Israel called the Temple Institute, but there's other places as well where they've actually completely already constructed the temple already. Or most of the stones have already been carved in a ceremonial manner. They built a $3 million, 45-pound golden menorah. The people, I think it's the Temple Institute, but I think the Temple Institute is supported by different politicians, and there's an intermixing of it, I think, with even different politicians in Israel. Like there's a video of, various different Israeli politicians that get together and have carved the stones for the temple already. They are participating in carving the stones for the temple. And they've built the altar already. So they have the altar where they're going to sacrifice animals. They have that already built, basically, and it's done in a way that they can just disassemble it and then assemble it, kind of thing. They also have this. I think it's actually solid gold, like the menorah. The menorah that they built is 45 pounds. You can see it. I think it's in the square in I don't know if it's Tel Aviv or Jerusalem, but there's like a, or I think it was for a point. It's like a $45 million golden menorah. Or no, a $3 million golden menorah that weighs 45 pounds solid gold. That's been built for the temple already, and they actually will travel around and show, like, this is going to be in the temple soon. They've built the sacrificial altar. They've already created every ceremonial aspect they possibly could, like pressing all of the very pure oils for their rituals. The priests have been trained, and they've been selected as well. And also the red heifers, which are a massive part of the temple and consecrating it, have also been they actually were sent from Texas, a ranch in Texas, to Israel in 2022. And the heifers have to be 3 years old, I believe. Perfect red heifers. And so 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, we're around that time of the heifers being finally old enough to be able to be sacrificed at the temple. Okay, the new temple that they're going to build on the Temple Mount. Okay, so here's actually a video of these red heifers that they've gotten from Texas. So that is from, I believe, the Temple Institute's Facebook page a few years ago. And so why that's interesting is that every aspect of the temple is already prepared. They basically just have to, like, pull it over there and build it. But why this is concerning is that the land that they want to use, Mount Moriah or the Temple Mount, is occupied. And it's occupied by a mosque called the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock. So you've got this kind of faction within Israel that wants to build this third temple, they've already gathered all of the pieces. They already have everything already done. But the problem is it's one of the top 3 religious sites for the Muslim world. And they've had that site for over 1,300 years. And so there's this incredible tension in the world and in the Middle East between who gets that site. And the only way that this $3 million menorah, that these heifers that have been delivered, the altar, the only way that they can basically get the Temple Mount is through some kind of negotiation, which has never been successful. Obviously they don't want to give up the mount, or it's through it being leveled through war, or it has to be taken by force. That's the reality. Okay, this is obviously an incredible point of tension. Is that ethical? Is that right? You know, what's going on here? What do you think? I want you to let me know in the chat and in the comments. What do you think of that? This is a very huge point of tension for that part of the world, right? Because, and I want to be clear too, that the building of the temple is controversial amongst Jewish people and within Israel. So there's a massive amount of people who are Israeli, who are Jewish around the world that couldn't care less about establishing the third temple. They really don't care. They don't think about it. It's just not part of their world, right? But it is an incredibly inflammatory thing to have happen in the world, really. So another thing about the third temple construction is it's kind of unusual. It seems like there's a radical group of evangelical Christians that strangely might actually outnumber Jewish people who are interested in building it. I don't know, but it seems like there's quite a lot that really want the temple also to be built, because this group of evangelical Christians, which are kind of radical, I would say, because they don't hold a classical, I would say, view of the Bible compared to other Christian faiths. It's really, I would say, an alternate view, I would say. And they believe that they have to support the temple being made, or even have to fulfill the they want to take it upon themselves to kind of aggressively fulfill the prophecy so that the second coming can happen. So there's a very large number of evangelicals who basically support the building of the third temple, because they're interpreting that as being prophecy. And they're wanting to be part of the fulfillment of that prophecy directly. They feel they have to be part of that fulfillment. And that gets into the esoteric reality of prophecy. Is prophecy something that we have to force and that we have to directly fulfill? Or is prophecy something that we participate in and we kind of almost realize after the fact? Right? So this is a question that we have to ask. Also, let me know in the comments what you think of prophecy and how that comes about. Most of the time, prophecy is something you realize after, or it's not something that just to be frank, it's not something that you try to force along. It's something that you end up participating in, potentially. It's driven by much higher forces, cosmic forces. It's driven by God, not the average human being, right? It's not about control, in other words. Okay. So there's a massive number, there's like maybe a radical coalition of evangelicals, and I would say Jewish people from around the world, and also other people from different walks of life that also support this. So I want to be clear that when we're talking about the third temple today and Israel, and, well, mainly the third temple. I'm not talking about all Jewish people or like the Jews. I want to be very clear that I'm talking about a coalition of non-Jewish people, of Jewish people, and others from different walks of life that want to see this temple built for their own reasons. Okay, there are no monoliths. We're not talking about like a monolith here. All right. And I think the question that we should begin asking ourselves over this period of so much attention being drawn to Israel, so much attention being drawn to the Middle East, is how are we to view this? Okay. How should the world respond to ancient blood feuds and land feuds? Should we even participate in them? If so, why? Right? And all right, so oh yes, okay. So from the Christian perspective, it's the human being that is the vessel. And spirituality is not defined nor governed by land, nor blood, nor by any material thing. So when it comes to Christianity and even spiritual science, the real spiritual power of evolution, of transformation, is within every single human being. While there are powers in the earth, there's power in land. It's never the governing thing. So an external temple or like a piece of land, while it has certain occult forces in it, right? We discussed that in the first segment. It's not defining, so it doesn't define you. What defines us is the reality that God is within us. And it's our relationship with God, with Christ, within ourself that causes evolution. So it doesn't matter actually where you are, really. The real defining, initiating force is already within us. So does it really make sense to shed blood over land? Does that actually make sense from the perspective of what is spiritual? If spirit exists within every single human being, it doesn't matter where you are, it doesn't matter what land you have, it is there. He is there. So this whole idea that we have to fight for it, that you have to have it, it's not a spiritual concept. It's not really even technically religious. It shouldn't be, because it doesn't depend on land. Okay. So let's get a little bit into the third temple and what the temple actually is. So what the plan is for the Temple Institute and these factions of Christians and Jewish people and others that want to build this temple, it's really actually Solomon's temple. So the Solomon's temple that people talk about in Freemasonry, that's the temple. And it's actually the third building of that temple. It was built 2 times before, and it was destroyed 2 times as well. The most recent time of its destruction was about 70 AD, as many of you know. So the first destruction was before the incarnation of Christ, and it was destroyed by the Babylonians. And actually, I have an image I'll show you. So while I'm talking, you can look at the different temples that have been there. Okay, so there's the first temple. That's the earliest version of essentially Solomon's temple. Okay, and then there's the second temple there as well. And then after the second temple was destroyed, there was briefly a temple of Jupiter that was put on the mount there. And that's kind of like what it would maybe have looked like. That's not the actual temple of Jupiter that was there. And then basically in 692, Muslims took over the mount and built the Dome of the Rock there and the mosque, and that's what stands there today. And why it is important for the Muslim people is that in their religion, that's actually where Muhammad ascended to heaven. So they believe that Muhammad basically reached his ascendancy in that location. They can connect with his forces when they are there. Okay. The third temple, which is beside the Dome of the Rock there, that's the reconstruction that I think the Temple Institute has done to redo it so it's the same image as the second temple, actually. All right. So the rebuilding of the second temple was under the Iranian king Cyrus, whose image was actually a lion. And that's going to be important as we move further today, getting into Trump's connection with the Third Temple and his connection to this Middle Eastern sort of, I would say, conflict. All right. So the Second Temple was rebuilt under the Iranian king Cyrus, who wasn't actually Jewish, but he kind of was like this non-Jew who helped the Jewish people to establish this temple. And this was, very, very early on. Okay. Okay. So, I also want to address the idea of the second coming. And I know that people have different ideas about this, but I'm just going to share the sort of anthroposophical explanation of this. So a lot of people who talk about the second coming of Christ, they believe that it's like a second incarnation of like a man or something like that. It's sort of a more material interpretation of it. And the second coming is actually a spiritual phenomenon. So the second coming actually refers to Christ's appearance to humanity in the spiritual world or the etheric plane, which means that from basically, now moving forward in time, more and more people are going to have experiences with the Christ from the inside. They're going to have visions of Christ. And so the second coming is like a very Pauline, Damascus road to Damascus experience. So the second coming of Christ is basically how Paul experienced the Christ. It's a mystical experience. It's a direct experience with Christ as he's a spiritual force. He's a spiritual being. He's in the spiritual plane and within you. And that's actually what is represented by, the taking in of the body of Christ, is it's like you are entering into communion with him in the spiritual world and becoming like him and developing your immortal body, right? You're developing your resurrection body in Christian mysticism, right? So to be like him. Okay, so you're entering into him, which makes you like him, which gives you eternal life. Okay, so there's a whole mystical process that I talk about in my lectures, The Immortal Body, and I think eternal life. If you want more on that, you can get into that. So why I mention that is that the second coming of Christ is already happening. It's a spiritual event where the Christ begins to appear to you and work directly upon you from the spiritual world. So the whole idea that many evangelists have is false. You don't have to construct some temple in the Middle East, okay, for the second coming to happen. So that is some weird caricature that doesn't make sense from the Christian position at all. Okay. And while other more dogmatic faiths may not adhere to the esoteric anthroposophical version of the second coming, that's fine. They will agree probably that, Christ's second coming doesn't really have anything to do with the state of Israel building a temple on a mount, right? I want to be clear about that. So Christ is already within every single human being. He returns. His return basically is his appearance to you in your own heart. It doesn't matter if there's a temple built or not. It doesn't matter. These material things don't matter. It's not going to bring about his arrival. Okay, let's be clear about what that means. And this is the problem sometimes with modern religion, is it becomes too dogmatic and too materialistic, and the real spiritual undercurrent of what's actually being referred to isn't being observed, even though that's the whole point of religion. Religion should be a transcendental experience. It should bring you to Christ. It should bring you, or if you're not Christian even, it should bring you to spirit. It should make you more aware of the spiritual world objectively. You should begin to have spiritual experiences. You should begin to see more of the spiritual world. You should begin to sense more of the spiritual world. The spiritual life and the spiritual world, which is an objective plane of existence, should become more and more objectively obvious to you. That is literally the point of religion. The point of every single religion was to, at some point, have humanity be able to objectively experience the spiritual world themselves. Not through a hierophant, not through a bunch of priests that do it for you. That stuff happens in the intermedium, in the interium, before we can get these skills, before we can mature enough to see things ourselves. Yes, we have the hierophants, we have the priests, and earlier parts of human development, we need that. But as we move forward and where we are now, we need to directly be able to experience the Christ or spirit within us, wherever you're coming from. It is about direct experience with God. And that is the only thing that can truly liberate you, is your direct relationship with him and having that work upon you until you are eternal. So when I see religions be broken down into a series of laws, and that's it, it's just laws, it's just customs, and that's all religion is, you don't get it at all. Sure, you can extract certain moral realities from religion. Sure, you can create certain laws that facilitate the connection with God, because it is true that if you're a total degenerate, okay, it's going to be very hard for you to sense the light of Christ in you. You're going to be bogged down with dark spiritual entities that surround you, and you're going to get caught in dark downward spirals and all that kind of stuff, because the life is not moral. It is a moral life that brings about communion with God. So yes, you're going to get laws. You're going to get a moral underpinning from religion, whether it be the 8 limbs of the Eastern faiths, whether it be whatever it is. There's always a moral backbone, but that is to prepare you for a direct experience with God, because it is not possible for that direct experience if your heart is impure. But these laws, these moral laws, they are not the thing. All of that exists so that you can know God within yourself, and even one day perceive the spiritual world objectively. That is why. So let's not have everything sacred, everything spiritual be taken literally, be taken materialistic, and turn it into a dogma, because that is where Christ truly is smothered, where he dies to man. Okay? Our destiny is to become directly spiritual, directly psychic, directly able to see, to sense, to know beyond this physical plane. That is our destiny. That's how we began, and that's where we end up if we follow the right evolution of man, of ourselves. Okay. So back to Solomon's temple. Okay. The third temple is a reconstruction of Solomon's temple. Again, this is the Freemasonic temple. So when you, and this is always fascinating to me, is a lot of the rites in Freemasonry obviously directly are surrounding the temple. Like Hiram Abiff, all of the different initiatory rites, the different 33 degrees plus, they're all basically about the temple. They're all about Solomon's temple, the temple that is going to be reconstructed on the Temple Mount apparently one day, because every single piece of it has already been created. So the connection to Freemasonry is very, very interesting to me. Different Jewish and Christian factions believe that they must actively create this temple in order to fulfill prophecy. And if it's not the Christian second coming that they believe that they're manifesting by this, there's a faction of Jewish people that believe that their Messiah has to come from establishing this temple on this occupied mount, and that when this temple is built, their Messiah will come, the Jewish Messiah will arrive, and it will become a center of worship in the world. And people from all nations will be infatuated with it. And this will be, some rabbis have even said this will be like a global religion that will begin there from this place. And this is where you get the reality that even the Temple Institute has said, and different rabbis, that the world will live under the 7 laws of the Torah, right? And so there's this incredible world power that is supposed to come to that region if this temple gets built. It's a fulfillment as well. So let's get into Solomon's temple a little bit more in occultism and in Freemasonry. So Solomon's temple is really an image, like if you were to understand what Solomon's temple represents, it actually represents the human body. So it's how it is laid out is to represent the human soul and the human being. And so when you would go into the temple, you would actually go through these different processes of going into the human soul. And that's actually how every temple is. Before, even in, India very famously has temples that are obviously images of the human body. You'll see it in every faith, that the way in which temples are created is a mirror of the human body. The mirror of the human body is basically the microcosm of the macrocosm. So not only are you walking inside of yourself, an image of yourself, you're also walking inside an image of God, of the angels, and of the cosmos at large. Because the human body, the human form, is a microcosm of the macrocosm. And that's really what the temple represented. So the architect, the idea of the grand architect, or the idea of the architect, is the construction of your eternal body. So even before the incarnation of Christ around 2,000 years ago, humanity was preparing for Christ. They were preparing for the moment that they could become the great architect that could use the Christ impulse within them to basically construct their resurrection body. Because how the resurrection body, the immortal body, the diamond body, the eternal body, whatever language you want to use, and it is in every culture, there's a version of this. That body is created through Christ in man, when man uses the power of Christ to basically, what you would say, purify and catalyze his spiritual bodies. So basically, it is the Christ impulse, the Holy Spirit in humanity, that purifies the astral body, that glorifies the etheric body. These are actual subtle bodies that you have, whether you acknowledge it or not, you have them. And it is the Christ that catalyzes these through a mirroring process. So we enter basically into him and develop these bodies, and we can become immortal through the transformation of our spiritual bodies in his image. That's the real secret to Solomon's temple. We are the architect of our soul. We are making ourselves immortal through Christ's image and his presence. Right? That's the real secret, ironically, to Solomon's temple, is we become the architect when we receive Christ. We become the architect to directly build our lives. We become individuals. And before that, it was all a preparation for this. And God was the architect. But man becomes the architect with the incarnation of Christ. And that's why the temple was eventually destroyed, is because we now had a new covenant and a new foundation that was established. So the whole thing with like the grand architect is you are literally the architect of your soul, and you are crafting it with your thoughts, with your feelings, with your emotions, with your beliefs. You're either advancing yourself in life, which directly translates to whether or not you're developing your energy bodies properly, right, to become eternal. And I know people hear this and they think, well, I have a soul and I'm a spiritual being already. I'm already eternal. That's not what it means in esoteric Christianity. Everybody has a soul, right? And that is a spiritual component. But to become eternal, you have to catalyze all of these bodies together under your higher self and purify them. And your higher self is linked and directly in union with the Christ. So it's that process, which is a process of purification, of cleansing, of initiation, that creates eternality. So you don't immediately have eternality, okay? It's something that you have to develop over time through purification and through initiation. When we just come about and we have the bodies, these spiritual bodies we have, they have to be conditioned. They have to be brought underneath our eye, which is united with Christ. So there's a process we have to go through, which is initiation science, to actually achieve eternality, all right? So the entire purpose of Solomon's temple, or any temple, was to prepare humanity for the time in which God would enter the human form, in which the incarnation of Christ would come to happen. Okay, and so basically the idea of an external temple that mirrored the human body, that kind of worship was only really used up until the incarnation of Christ. And then after that point, God now lives within man, and man wields that power through lining our will to God's will. And so at that point, we can still use temples, we can still use churches, and there's many beautiful things that happen from that, but they're not the main reason, they're not the main source of worship, they're not the main thing we need. If anything, they're kind of like a holdover and can facilitate community, and there's certain spiritual realities that can happen in a temple, but it's not the defining point, it's not the primary point. So a little bit more here on temples and initiation before Christ and after Christ. I really want to draw this line that there was a kind of worship and spiritual life that existed before the incarnation of Christ, and then after the incarnation of Christ. It is not at all the same, right? So let's get into what that difference is. There is a difference in worship between before the incarnation of Christ and after the incarnation of Christ. Pre-Christ temples were primarily to bring forth the gods through collective experience, and followed the spiritual principle of in two or more I appear. Initiation depended greatly on external activities of the Hierophant and priests. After the incarnation of Christ, this means of initiation changes from externally oriented. So you have the idea of the Hierophant and the priestly class before Christ were really responsible for the manipulation of people's spiritual bodies and patterning the etheric body with different forces. And spiritual beings would work through the Hierophant, work through the priests, and they were responsible for the initiatory tasks. That's where you get the classical pre-Christ initiation science and mystery school science. Reaches a major peak in Egypt, right? You have a Hierophant, a church father, a priest, and a priestly class that is largely responsible for directly containing angels and spiritual beings and emitting through their specific activities, their hand signals, symbols, all of that. They're actually working upon your field by channeling certain spiritual forces. So the Hierophant and the priests were responsible for that before Christ, and they were very, very highly attuned, hopefully, because they were working with entities that were affecting your body. Now, after the incarnation of Christ, the human being is changed because now the Great Spirit, now God, exists inside of man. So now the human being can tap into that and wield that. The kingdom of God is now within, and it used to be without. It used to be outside. You used to need to have a temple. You used to need to have a Hierophant. You used to need to have that priestly class there, or these things would not get passed down onto the initiates. Now, these kinds of things can still happen. There can still be energy transferred from person to person, but it's to a significantly less degree after the incarnation of Christ, because humanity's specific task is now to become an individual and learn to wield that force of God within themselves to directly evolve themselves. Do you see the difference? And culture itself has clearly arranged itself around this, around the idea of being an individual, around the idea of being free, around the idea of God being something within. And although this idea of being made of God and God being around and within you was present in pagan times, pre-Christ times, it's not the same concept of God actually being in man the way that it is now. Okay, so this has to be very clearly understood. So after the time of Christ, humanity and the planet become capable of directly entering the body of Christ, which was not possible in prior periods. Thus, the destruction of Solomon's temple, okay, the destruction of the temple in 70 AD, the last time it was destroyed, was not a tragedy. It is not to be mourned. Okay, but rather an activity that marked a new phase in human development. So the destruction of the temple actually represents the reality that God is now within man. It represents that the king, but that the kingdom of heaven is now within the human being. It's no longer outside. There's a shift. Okay, and that's what the destruction of the temple represents, right? So it marked a new phase of human development, the era of Christ in man, the time in which humanity could now work directly upon their own soul in the image of Christ to live eternally. So there's a massive difference in the way that human beings operated in pagan periods, which are pre-Christ periods, and post-Christ. And that's something that's not really understood, because so many different streams of spirituality don't believe that Christ objectively existed as a man, and they don't believe in the rite of the crucifixion and all of that. You know, Christ is just like an archetype or something. That's the problem a lot of the time modern psychology and spirituality. It's like everything is a mental construct and everything is an archetype. And there isn't an understanding of the importance of the incarnation of great people and the ceremonial rites they perform for man, whether it be the incarnation of Christ in Jesus, whether it be the incarnation of Buddha and what he accomplished for humanity, whether it be the incarnation of Krishna, whether it be the incarnation of various different saints or masters that have done incredible feats for humanity. There's a real weird problem within different spiritual ideologies that do not acknowledge the human aspect of initiation and spirituality, and everything is a symbol. Christ is a symbol, you know. Everything is just an archetype. This is wrong. Okay, there are real ceremonial events that occur, okay, that shift the entire human being. And we have to understand that if we want to actually evolve ourselves, because every single time that happens, we also move up in our initiation as well. So it's something that we have to understand in our time. So here's Rudolf Steiner on the idea of the temple, Solomon's temple, and how the destruction was actually necessary. And that it represents humanity moving from an external spiritual focus to an internal one. Okay, so this is from GA 187. In a certain sense, the whole essence of the Temple of Solomon can only be understood if this temple can be understood in contrast to the emerging Christianity, the Christianity that was being born. It is well known how quickly after the emergence of Christianity, the Temple of Solomon was destroyed for the external existence of the world at the place from which the spirituality of the Christianity emanated, the outer monument of the old development, from which the spirituality of Christianity emerged, should henceforth no longer exist. There is contrast between the nature of Solomon, of the Temple of Solomon, and the nature of Christianity. Solomon's temple summarized in wonderful, magnificent, sometimes gigantic symbols, that which the world view of the Old Testament contained within itself. Solomon's temple was an image of the whole universe. As far as its lawfulness and its inner structure, its being permeated by divine spiritual beings, could be imagined by the worldview of the Old Testament. This Temple of Solomon is nevertheless an image of the universe, which is, in certain aspects, is extraordinarily one-sided and in one direction. The Temple of Solomon is a spatial image of the universe, an image that uses spatial relationships and spatial figures to express the secrets of this universe. But that which was symbolic in Solomon's temple was enlivened for the contemplation of those who were made partakers of this sight out of the spirit of the Old Testament. Okay, so that is from GA 187. I do not have my glasses on, so it was a little... Anyway, I can post this in the description if you want to read that yourself. And I have to say, when it comes to understanding Solomon's temple and this whole undercurrent of even Freemasonry, this is a fantastic book here. It's The Temple Legend. And I do find that getting into some of those Freemasonry books, it leaves out a lot of the deeper esoteric side of initiation, which I find is well done in that book. Okay, so the destruction of the temple symbolizes the shift in human consciousness from external orientation, exemplified in the Old Testament, to an internal orientation, which is exemplified in the New Testament and the life of Christ. The destruction of the temple represents the casting aside of old ways and older types of spiritual perception and worship, which were destined to expire. The acknowledgement and construction of a third temple negates and works against the development of the soul in Christ, as it attempts to reintroduce an archaic spiritual impulse, as well as practices that man has developed beyond. The issue ultimately lies in a materialistic interpretation of the Bible rather than genuine spiritual understanding. All right. Let's see what you guys have to say so far. Remember, the conviction that is thrown around online is insane. Nobody takes any accountability, and everyone else is a villain. Oh my gosh, that's very true. We are all so, I think, inflamed, and maybe we'll just get like exhausted and then talk to each other like normal people at some point. I don't know. David Anderer. Thank you, Gigi. We need the perspective you are providing us. Very insightful sharing. May more people engage in right human behavior. May we find those who will champion the goodness of humanity. Howard S. Ramberg. I had a dream about a red cow before the red heifer ritual news came out. I don't know if it's a prophetic dream or not. Well, that sounds prophetic to me, for sure. And we'll get into a little bit more about the red heifer today, because obviously the cow is the sacred cow, which is Hathor, which is the goddess, and Venus. And there's so much about the red heifer sacrifice that actually goes way back before, or isn't limited to, I would say, the temple. It's definitely tapping into very old pagan rites that include cow sacrifice. And we'll get into that a little bit later in this Occulted episode, but I just wanted to mention that. Dan Nagalia. Kabbalah has nothing to do with a physical temple. Yeah, Kabbalah is the Jewish mysticism. And I want to be clear that the people who want to establish this temple do seem to be a certain sect of people. It does not include like even everyone in Israel. And there's actually people, different Israelis, that are really not interested in the drama. They're not interested in it happening at all. And so again, I just have to make it so clear that what we're talking about here with the construction of the third temple and the red heifers, this is really what I would call a radicalized group that takes the Bible literally instead of spiritually, that is mixed up of a bunch of different ethnicities. And so I don't want this to turn into like some weird thing where it's like every Jewish person like wants this to happen. It's really a bunch of different people that want this to happen. And the mount is currently occupied by a mosque and the Dome of the Rock, and has been for over 1,300 years. So what's going on with all this conflict in the Middle East? What is the occult side? That's all I'm asking. And it is Solomon's temple that's being rebuilt. And ultimately, Solomon's temple is the body. It's about being the architect of the soul. It's about the evolution of humanity. And we've moved on from that particular symbol, right? And that's just, and that doesn't make me an anti-Semite. I'm not anti-Semitic for saying that. Nobody is. If this is going to be such a huge issue that may even involve having to level the Temple Mount at some point and to completely destroy the lives of all these people, let's talk about it. Okay? This is something that we all need to talk about, because, again, the Temple Mount is currently occupied, and that doesn't make me anti-Israel and pro-Palestine or anything. I'm not taking sides. This is not a dichotomy. This is just literally discussing that this is a potential conflict that we have to look out for. And is it worth having this massive conflict when ultimately it doesn't exactly go along, especially with Christian faith, to support that objectively for the reasons we just mentioned about it marking the era of Christ, okay? The destruction of the temple marking the era of Christ setting in. in humanity, because it's so easy to get caught up in politics, in finances, in the material things, but we have to actually look at what are the spiritual beliefs behind people. And we're going to get into this because there's an incredible amount of politicians who are taking it upon themselves to support this. And they're taking people's money. They're taking your tax dollars, or they're taking your whatever to support them on their Senate seat or in Congress or wherever, in many different countries, by the way. And they could be part of this radicalized group that wants to build this temple structure that makes no sense unless you understand the first part of the segment about the earth being a magical place with certain things that operate in the earth. Then it makes sense. Okay. Yosef Dibibi, according to Steiner, the third temple is the human body, soul, and spirit rebirthed through the Christ in the etheric realm. You're 100% right. You're 100% you're 100% true, Yosef Dibibi. Thank you for this. According to Steiner, according to esoteric Christianity, according actually to the Bible and to Christians, actually, the third temple is the human body. Okay, it is us. Okay, and this is something that isn't understood very well. Again, with this material desire, is also Israel. Okay, so the Israel that's mentioned in the Bible is not the state of Israel that was sanctioned to be created in 1917 by Baron de Rothschild. That's not the Israel mentioned in the Bible. It's clearly not the Israel mentioned in the Bible. Okay, it doesn't mean that Jewish people can't live there. That's not what I'm saying, but they're not the same thing. Israel is the people who believe and follow Christ. That's what Israel is. If you believe in Christ, you're a child of him. You are Abraham's seed. You are Israel. Okay, so this is getting really carried away. It's starting to influence politics. People that make your decisions, all right, are getting caught up in this third temple cult. Which again, it's you know, why is Baron de Rothschild, who's basically an atheist, I believe he was an atheist, why is he trying to establish a religious state based on the Bible when he doesn't even identify as a religious, he didn't even identify as a religious person? What's going on? That's what we need to seriously ask ourselves to get ahead of this and actually start making progress. The progress isn't going to come from endlessly talking about oil and finances and how much a barrel it's going to go up or down. I understand that that's maybe what Trump understands, but we really got to start talking about this spiritual stuff, because look how much it's affecting politicians. I'm going to show you some videos of people, a couple people actually, campaigning for it. Like, so Graham Pong, my understanding of a archetype is an attractor in spiritual space. For those mathematically inclined, those archetypes exist, and they can also not only incarnate, but can also be channeled using various practices. Gigi seems to have a much more limited definition of archetype than the one I use. I think you must be referring to, I'm not sure if, I think you're referring to that psychologists will often just say everything is an archetype. So what I'm referring to is my last episode of Occulted, when the Whore of Babylon is used, for example, as just a symbol. It's just a symbol of women's liberation. It's a symbol of fighting toxic masculinity. The Whore of Babylon is a symbol of female sexual liberation, and that's it. It just ends at that. When in reality, the Whore of Babylon is an actual entity. It's an actual being, right? So I think what you're saying is true in that if you already have a spiritual perception, Graham Pong, if you already have a spiritual understanding, if you already accept the spiritual world exists, then you're going to have an exalted view of an archetype, right? You're going to go beyond psychology. And you're going to understand that, yes, when you use a symbol, when you use an archetype, it attracts a certain kind of entity. That's what ceremonial magic is. It's to bring about certain kinds of entities through certain kinds of gestures and symbols. So when you have a spiritual foundation, you understand that an archetype is a thing. It's a thing in the spiritual world, or it's something that brings about spiritual forces. When you are a kind of Jordan Peterson type psychologist, everything is just archetypal stories and you don't acknowledge the spiritual world exists at all. That's dangerous because you're not able to confront and understand the literal spiritual forces, the literal spiritual beings that are working through you, because you don't think they exist, because you think it's like a mental construct. Okay, that's sort of where we are right now. Okay, last comment, and then we're going to get on to the next segment. Warrior of light. Christ consciousness is the second coming within us. 100% warrior of light. What people call Christ consciousness could also be called the Holy Spirit in the more traditional Christian sense. So what people call Christ consciousness in maybe the New Age or in esoterica translates to the Holy Spirit, right? And then it's just like how in Christianity you have saints, right? In esoteric Christianity or in esoterica, you might call them masters. It's the same thing, but it's just a different name in order to just look at it from a little bit of a different perspective. So this is a really great point from Warrior of Light here. Christ consciousness is the second coming within us. Okay, so the second coming is the emergence of Christ in the heart of every single human being. It's a spiritual event. And it doesn't matter if a temple is built on a mount or not. It literally does not matter. If you think that you are a materialist, you do not understand what the second coming is. And you're getting yourself wrapped up in something that is really geopolitical, that's really could hurt a lot of people, could cause pain to a lot of people because you think it's going to bring about the second coming. It's happened. It's within you. It's why you believe in him to begin with. It's here. You're experiencing it now. Deepen that. Grow with that. Go deeper and deeper into the Holy Spirit within you. Live that in your life. That is the second coming of Christ within the world. Don't project that onto a physical temple being built on one of the most important Muslim sites in the world because you are advocating for death. Don't turn your head on that reality of it. They're not going to give it over or even if they do, it's still not going to bring Christ. Even if they were to surrender it through the mercurial negotiation tactics, it's still not going to bring the second coming of Christ. The created state of Israel and the Temple Mount and building the third temple of Solomon has literally nothing to do with Christ. It's not prophecy. So why are our politicians, and even as you will see, our presidents so involved in this? Why? And it is a religious thing. It is a spiritual thing because it's a temple, because it has directly to do with religion. Israel is technically a religious, very deeply religious location. Its founding is based in the religious, a religious founding partly. All right, guys. So as I mentioned before, there's not really a general consensus on building the temple. It's really kind of a radical group. And they feel like they're bringing about the end times. They feel like they're creating it as they go, the end times. And there's different people as well who specialize in the Bible scholars that have said that, in particular, the evangelical side of Christianity was sort of propagandized to in order to support this as well, which is an interesting idea, but I have not had a chance to look into that. So I'd be interested to know what your thoughts are in the comments now, or whatever that may be. So I think it leads us to this line of questioning. Where does the Spirit truly reside? Where does it primarily reside? Where does it spring forth? In a temple? In a building? Is that where it primarily is today within the human being? Or does it spring forth within you, within your body, within man? Is it already within? Is the temple within? Is the kingdom of God within, or is it not? If the Spirit lives in man, then what argument can be made for shedding blood over land? If the Spirit now lives in man, is there really any need to bring about the horrors of war and to release the spirits of violence upon the innocent in this world? Is there? If a building is not needed for worship, then why must so many men and women die for it? All right, so let's get into the regressive activities of the Third Temple. So the Third Temple is very controversial because it has these activities that get it has these activities that it wants to do, and it wants to operate in a certain way that is very controversial to most people. And let's dive into that now. So the first very controversial aspect of the Third Temple and the establishing of the Third Temple is that it is a massive part of its operation, especially when it's first constructed, is blood sacrifice. So the temple requires blood sacrifice for it to be consecrated and in the first part of its existence. Okay, that's what the red heifers are for when we watch it. That is for blood sacrifice. Okay, that's not dinner. That's literally going to be animal sacrifice that's practiced at this temple. And it's not only the red heifers. The reality is that they would bring lots of different animals, like doves, kind of the larger the animal, I think it's the better, but not sure on that. So I want to show you, let's actually look at a video of a rabbi, and he's explaining exactly what the red heifer ritual is, how exactly the blood sacrifice of these cows happens.
The Kohanim would lead the red heifer from the Temple Mount through its eastern gate, known as the Gate of Shushan. After exiting the Temple Mount, the Kohanim and members of the Sanhedrin, the high court whose hearings convened on the Temple Mount, led the red heifer on a massive bridge that connected the Temple Mount to the Mount of Olives. There, on the Mount of Olives, a Kohen would slaughter the red heifer with his right hand and receive its blood with his left hand. He then dips his right finger into the blood in the palm of his left hand and sprinkles it towards the entrance of the sanctuary as described above. He would repeat this dipping and sprinkling process for a total of 7 times. The Kohen then lights the red heifer on fire. After that, the Kohen takes cedar wood, hyssop, and red dyed wool, binds them all together, and throws them into the fire as well. This creates the ash of the red heifer.
All right, so that is a rabbi from the Temple Institute. And I believe the Temple Institute is, for decades, has been training these different rabbis how to sacrifice these animals. And what they're doing is they, like you mentioned, they use the blood. And they use the blood to basically consecrate the ground. And then they sacrificially burn the temple. It's like, burnt offerings kind of thing. They burn it. And then they use the ash of the red heifer mixed with living waters or water. And that becomes like a purification salve that they would use to anoint with. Okay. So that is, when you hear about the red heifers, that is the ritual of sacrifice that they're going to do. And it's interesting because according to prophecy, according to, I guess, the belief system, is that they'll only do animal sacrifice for a period of time. And then their Messiah will appear. And their Messiah will apparently say, no more sacrifice. And then they'll stop doing the sacrifice. And then that will be another level of the temple. What's fascinating about that is that that's basically a mimicry of what Christ already did. So if you understand Christ's mission, when he dies on the cross, and through that death liberates humanity, there are no more animal sacrifices that need to be done ever. There's no more blood sacrifice ever. He is the last sacrifice. He is the last one, and it doesn't need to happen anymore. He is the Lamb. Okay, so it's interesting that with the Jewish Messiah, it basically mimics, what Christ has already done. I find that fascinating. Please, I'm not sure even if I'm understanding that properly. That's just from everything that I've read. That's what I'm taking. A lot of it I can't even believe. Like, it's strange to me that this would still be practiced, to be completely honest. It's very gruesome. Okay, so I want to talk about, I'm not just going to sit here and judge sacrifice and say, oh, that's bad or that's gross. That's not what we're going to do, because that's not good enough. We're going to actually understand through occult science why sacrifice shouldn't be done and why it doesn't even operate in the same way that it did in the time of the Old Testament and in the time before Christ and the pagan period when all this sacrifice was going on. So why is it different now than then? This is a very similar comparison and contrast to the reality of the Temple of Solomon, okay? The difference between pre and post Christ. So during the time of the Old Testament before Christ, even during pagan periods, when an animal was sacrificed, the human being would basically spiritually be bound to that animal. So your soul would be bound to the animal, the being that you would sacrifice. And so you would basically go through this spiritual transformation with a part of you tied to the animal. So in the large spectrum of things, when it comes to even the spiritual development of the animal was actually able to glean something from its death, because the human being would bind itself with the animal and would go through a certain kind of transformation, would go through the process of death with the animal, and it was actually a kind of union with the animal. It's very hard for us to understand this or to relate to it today because we're thousands and thousands of years away developmentally from when we actually did that. But we actually had a very different kind of perception. We had a different kind of consciousness. We saw the world in a different way, and we saw ourselves as interconnected with all beings, with all life. We had a kind of animism about us, which is very beautifully preserved, especially in the First Nations cultures. You see them when they would take the life of a stag or whatever it was. It was an extremely spiritual event. And so that's a very small example of it. But whenever you would do something like that, you would unite yourself with the karma of that animal. And there'd be a spiritual process of transformation that both you and that being would be involved in. Okay. And humanity was also not so deeply entrenched in the material world. That doesn't happen until around the 1500s, actually. It's very recently that we sink into this sort of destitution of materialism that we're in now. Before that, we didn't really view death the same. We weren't really afraid of death as much. And we were much more, you could say, deeply connected to the spirit of the earth, the spirit of nature. And so these things were not at all viewed the way that they are now. So it's like part of the individual would suffer with the animal and then sort of be reborn with the animal. So it was a very shamanic experience. And so that process that was once available through animal sacrifice in earlier periods is not available today. The human being cannot unite its soul with the animal anymore and go through that transformation with them bound together as a process of uplifting both. Or you could say it actually gave something to the animal because the human being was binding itself with it, and the animal consciousness could then learn something from the human consciousness, okay? And the act of death would teach the human something and bring forth something from the human. So it was sort of a spiritual, mutual thing, if you will. That unifying of the soul with the animal is no longer possible. Because when we have the incarnation of Christ, what happens is it's like the human being becomes hermetically sealed. And the kingdom of heaven again is now within. And so we're not able to project ourselves into animals. We don't really project ourselves into nature. Before, the entire culture of pagan religion was about disassociating. It was about projecting ourselves into the spiritual world. That's what classical shamanism is. It was about projecting yourself into an animal. It was about projecting yourself into the spirit of a tree and the elementals that lived within the trees or the flowers. That was our early spirituality. We were totally united with the natural world of the spiritual hierarchies. And it was through disassociating and projecting into nature that we learned and that nature learned. After the incarnation of Christ, that's no longer how we evolve, because we have to become individuals. We can no longer operate in a hive mind where the animal soul and the human soul is permeable enough to blend like that. They have to be separate. And the human being has to now separate and evolve via our own individuality. So now we're hermetically sealed that it's not even possible to practice that anymore. And the other thing is that as time passes, it's not only the human kingdom that evolves, right? The animal kingdom also evolves. The plant kingdom evolves. The mineral kingdom evolves, and everything steps up a little bit. So even the forces that were involved in sacrifice in the Old Testament, in these earlier forms of worship, are not the same. So even the kinds of forces that work through that now are not the same. So you're doing a ritual like animal sacrifice, and it doesn't have the same effect on the body or on the soul as it did thousands of years ago. It's a totally different thing. And the spiritual forces that you're calling forth are not the same either. So you're doing the same ritual by textbook in a completely obsessive way, and you're not at all dealing with the same forces, and you're not operating in the same way to even do that anymore. That's the problem. That's the controversy. And there's a reason why, when we get to this period, we're no longer, as human beings, supposed to shed blood for any reason, for in a spiritual setting. We are not to practice any kind of sacrifice. And it doesn't matter if it's the apparent sacrifice of the animals that are going to happen at the third temple. It doesn't matter if it's voodoo. It doesn't matter if it's Aleister Crowley. It doesn't matter if it's a Satanist sacrificing a cat. Sacrifice no longer has a place in modern society, in modern spirituality. It just doesn't, for the reasons I just mentioned. And again, this has nothing with it being disgusting or something like that. It's that it's not the same thing that's even being referenced, because people evolve. The human being evolves over time. And the rites that worked thousands of years ago, they don't work now. Just like in 3,000 years pass, we will be a different kind of human being, and how we live now will not be sufficient, okay? We don't live in a fragment. We're living, evolving things, and that's the law and truth around us right now. Everything is growing, everything is evolving. You are too, in every way. We can't go back to that stuff and think it's the same. This is a problem. It's an ideological, spiritual problem, right? Now, the bad thing about this is that today, when we do these rites, it actually brings forth negative entities, because we're supposed to leave the rituals of our past alone, because they enter a death cycle. We retire them, and basically the death elementals and even lower astral entities enter into those practices because the light has gone and they begin to deteriorate. So the same forces that would work through a ritual from 4,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago or the time before Christ are not the same that are going to come through now. Right? Because the earth is a being, the cosmos is a being, and the spiritual forces emanate from different places at different times. So you can't keep using the same stuff in a living world as a living being. Okay? Doesn't make sense. And what ends up happening is you end up drawing forth and thinning the veil and bringing forward dark entities, to be quite frank. That's what blood sacrifice does today. Okay? So yes, the demonic entities and dark entities are attracted to blood, to the fact that it is the blood that contains the life. And that energy is very attractive, especially to darker entities at this point in time. They feed on it, and it thins the veil for them. Okay? The other issue is that it's very dangerous to really introduce sacrifice, animal sacrifice, to public consciousness in this way, because more and more and more we are being told by many different people that we are basically apes. Look at the different evolutionary scientists and Darwinism, the weird religion of Darwinism that says you are just basically a highly evolved animal. That's all you are. You can't prove to me that God exists. God has not appeared to me on my porch and proven himself to me. Therefore, we are animals. We are nothing more than animals that learned how to build computer chips. This ideology, which is atheistic, which is a weird religion of Darwinism, is becoming more and more popular. There's so many jokes about us just being dumb monkeys. That's not even true. We did not evolve from monkeys at all. Completely garbly-gook, materialist stuff. Monkeys have nothing to do with humanity's existence, other than that at a certain period they devolved basically from us, not the other way around. We didn't evolve from them. But more and more and more, we are being told that we are nothing more than monkeys. We are animals. So if you introduce animal sacrifice to the world, and the third temple is supposed to be the world's temple that nations come to, you pave the way for human sacrifice, because human beings are nothing more than animals. And in the dark arts, that's the ultimate kind of sacrifice. You get a regression of humanity to completely spiritually barbaric times. So let's be very, very careful what we support, because this is a spiritual issue. It's not a political issue. The third temple involves spirituality, okay? And certain kinds of spirituality. Again, I ask you, why are there politicians going out of their way many times to support the third temple's creation? Or by that, I mean, they'll appear at different talks about it, they'll encourage it directly, the construction of the temple directly. Okay, so here's we'll look at another example of the, this is not, so the first video of the rabbi that you saw that was talking about the sacrifice of the red heifers, this is another kind of animal sacrifice that they would do at Passover. And there's different periods, like also as well as Yom Kippur. Some sects will still practice animal sacrifice. I want to be clear that this is controversial within the Jewish community. Many people who are within that community do not support this. They do not recognize it. They've been trying to get it removed. This is, again, certain sects, okay? This is not like the Jewish people. This is certain sects. And I want to be very clear. This is not unique to the third temple. This is not unique to, one group. Many different cultures still practice animal sacrifice. It's practiced in Africa, it's practiced in Haiti, it's still practiced in places in Europe as well. So this is something that is not the plague of one group of people. This is a pagan way of existing that basically people of all cultures still do. And it does not operate in the way that it did, and it brings forward actually darker things. I'm just applying this to the third temple. Okay, so here's an example of the sacrifice. I think it's a goat sacrifice for Passover.
Passover, the festival of freedom. The very name is synonymous with redemption, the Exodus, delivery from Egyptian bondage, and the birth of the people of Israel. For 2,000 years throughout their exile, the people of Israel prayed to return to Jerusalem and for the renewal of the service of the Holy Temple. Our people have waited so long to fulfill the main commandment of Passover, the Korban Pesach, the bringing of the Passover offering. The Temple Institute was founded on the principle of doing everything within our power towards the rebuilding of the Holy Temple. This year, the Temple Institute took a giant step towards making this goal a reality. a practiced Passover offering, including all the stages of the service. This was not an actual Passover offering, which can only be done on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, but a drill for the purpose of increasing Israel's knowledge and preparedness for the actual bringing of the offering the moment this becomes possible. The Kohanim, descendants of Aaron and members of Israel's priesthood who participated in this event, are members of the Temple Institute's Nezer HaKodesh Academy for Priests in Training. The Torah states, "Speak to the entire assembly of Israel, saying, on the 10th of this month they shall take for themselves, each man, a lamb or kid for each father's house. It shall be yours for examination until the 14th day of this month. The entire assembly of Israel shall slaughter it in the afternoon." The Mishnah describes the steps of the Passover offering. The entire nation of Israel converges on the Holy Temple in Jerusalem. Many thousands of offerings are brought within a short period of time. The Kohanim need to be expert, sensitive, and focused. The words, "Next year in rebuilt Jerusalem," are recited every year at the conclusion of the Passover Seder. But next year in rebuilt Jerusalem? Jerusalem is already rebuilt. All that remains for us is to make every effort towards the renewal of the divine service and the fulfillment of our destiny as the people of Israel. This is what the Passover Seder is really all about. This is the real Passover.
Okay, so the video goes on a little bit more, but I think you guys get the point there. So according to the kind of backdrop they had there was an image of the temple that they had created. And they did actually sacrifice the animal, but it was a preparation for what they're going to do when the temple is created. I just want to be clear about that. And so they did say that thousands of animals will be sacrificed on ritual days, and that's blood magic. So anytime you have the death of a creature, of an animal, and then you take their blood and you use it for anything, that is blood magic. That's a blood magical rite. It doesn't matter that it's an animal. Okay. Yeah. All right. So I wanted to also connect this. I had a much larger section planned to get into the red heifer because I'm doing a series called Revival, and Revival is all about the feminine aspect of the mysteries. And so if you know anything about sort of the female aspect of spirituality, the cow has long been an image of the goddess, and of Hathor, the sacred cow is an image of the goddess. And in earlier times, you could say, they used to actually sacrifice redheaded women, or not even just women, but they used to sacrifice redheaded people. And I'll just read this to you. I wasn't going to reference it today, but I decided it may be interesting since we're talking about sacrifice. So this is about red hair and ancient Middle Eastern sacrifice rituals that would be classically pagan. Why red? The use of red-haired subjects for sacrifice has venerable roots in the Middle East. The ancient Egyptians had a tradition of burning red-haired men and cattle and scattering their ashes with winnowing fans. And that's Fraser from 1990, I believe, The Golden Bough. This sacrifice was offered by the king at the grave of Osiris in Diodorus of Sicily. And that's about Diodorus of Sicily, 1968, and Murphy mentioned it in 1985. As is the Jewish rite, the red-haired oxen that was sacrificed in ancient Egypt also had to be perfectly red. A single black or white hair found the beast disqualified for the sacrifice, and that's Herodotus, 1966. So that is from a scholarly paper where the author was trying to figure out, why do people not like redheads, basically. And part of it was this author ended up finding out that, oh, they used to try to sacrifice them to the gods, and basically burn their ashes and do all this weird stuff. And it started with the redheaded people. And then that fell out of favor. And they're like, we shouldn't kill people anymore. Let's just kill animals and kill cows. And so then it turned into the sacrifice of cows. And that also kind of got me weirdly thinking about cattle mutilations a little bit, but I don't think that has to relate. But I just found that study very interesting, that the ancient Egyptians had a tradition of burning a red-haired man and a cattle and scattering their ashes with winnowing fans. So that to me seems like it is an evolution of that. Like when I see that with the red heifers, and this author relates that as well, it does seem like there's some kind of connection there. I don't want to say that for sure. I'm just saying that scholars have connected that. And I'm not trying to say that I understand the ways of the Torah or anything like that. I'm just giving you what other scholars have said, particularly about the red heifer sacrifice and its connection to earlier periods, its evolution from earlier kinds of sacrifices. So, sacrifice is an archaic activity that objectively has no place in modern society. I mean, the vegans should be all over this. I mean, if vegans really want to protest something and get mad, it should be the third temple. You know, there is no acceptable amount of blood sacrifice. So this is the weird thing about certain Christians too. They'll, support this kind of thing. And it's like, it's not okay, like for a little while or a little bit to get Jesus to come. It's not okay at all. It's not acceptable in modern society. Okay. In a healthy society, there is no animal sacrifice, period. It doesn't, there's no acceptable amount of blood sacrifice, and it will not assist humanity in connecting to or perceiving spirit. Blood rites are not going to cleanse you. They're not going to cleanse your church or purify the base of your church. They're not going to consecrate a church. It is not part of the second coming of Christ. No part of sacrificing an animal is going to bring forward the second coming of Christ. We've already explained why. Cow blood is not going to purify the temple, neither ash. The cow, ash is also not going to purify you. And holy ash is actually the real concept of holy ash is the idea of, a spiritual master transforms in front of you and leaves a small amount of ash. That's the real concept of holy ash. And then over time, the transformation of death was supposed to bring about holy ash, but that was even a degradation of the real holy ash, which came from the transformed master's body. So a lot of the stuff that we see as these pagan rites are extremely broken down and degraded from when they originally operated thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago. They're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times removed at this point. They're not even representing what it originally was. Even in the Old Testament, it's not representing the original idea of like holy ash or what was going on. It's like the very, very, very end of pagan culture. And you're getting the most broken down, forgotten, inverted, half-baked stuff. I'm sorry to say that. I know I'm going to offend people, but at some point, with the Middle East on fire potentially, and everything that's going on, at some point, let's talk about this. I don't like that we can't talk about it either. I don't think that you shouldn't be able to talk about these things. Why? It's important. Humanity has moved beyond these early pagan rites and no longer operates in a way that can properly engage with the animal to do so. So again, we don't have the same relationship to the animal kingdom that we did then. It's a totally different thing, okay? All right. The other thing that is controversial about the third temple is that the spiritual hierarchy, the hierarchy of Kohans or priests, is rooted in bloodline or genetics. So in order to be a Kohani or in order to be a priest, you have to come from the bloodline of Aaron. And so it's my understanding that the priests that are supposed to operate from this third temple, which again, in prophecy to this sect, is going to be the world temple. So it's almost like the world will potentially be ruled from this third temple that's going to go on to the Temple Mount. So it's not just like something that's going to happen over here. It's like the idea is, in my understanding, is that many nations will come and be impressed by the Jewish Messiah. And so basically how the hierarchy system works in the temple is that not just anyone can like engage in a monastery and apprentice under like a church father or a spiritual father. You have to have the right bloodline. They have to go into your genetics. They have to look at your Y chromosome, and you have to be of the line of Aaron. So you basically have to be of a certain family line. And if you love God and you want to serve, that's not going to happen because you're not in the right genome, basically. So in the culture of the third temple here, there's an emphasis on bloodline, genetics, and ethnicity as the determining factors of the Hierophant. So the priest, the Hierophant, the Kohani, the most important thing, the central thing, is that he's of a certain bloodline. Now, this is completely opposite to Western culture, to Christianity, and to most spiritual systems that acknowledge that, you know, to be a spiritually influential person, the most important thing is not your heritage. It's not your genetics. It's not your bloodline, actually. That's the least important thing. Your ethnicity, your bloodline, your whatever is the least important thing when it comes to spiritual initiation. Yes, there is something called blood memory, which means that within you, within your blood, within your being, is the memory of all of your ancestors. That's true. That's an occult reality. Okay? This is what ancestor worship was about. But just because you may have a certain memory of ancestry, that still does not give you the power to initiate. Okay? It doesn't give you priestly ability just because you have a certain blood. What that is that's actually how it was in the Atlantean period. In the Atlantean period, humanity was obsessed with bloodlines, and tribe, because humanity had to work through basically their blood memory. There was no incarnation of Christ. God was not inside of them. So they worked very ceremonially with blood, and they believed that they couldn't marry outside of their tribe. They believed that if they basically took a partner that was outside of their own, it wasn't even necessarily about race, it was like a specific tribe, that they would lose their blood memory. And so you couldn't pollute the blood. And this goes on even into the post-Atlantean epoch, our epoch, this hangover from the Atlantean period that was totally bloodline obsessed. It's still going on, even though your ethnicity literally doesn't matter at this point. Is there blood memory? Yes, of course. You have within you the lives of all of your ancestors, but that's not going to give you the power to initiate. That's not going to make you the most qualified in a group. It's just not. And it's this tight genetic determination that makes the third temple, it really makes that whole structure go against the rest of the world, because especially within Christianity and Western culture, we believe that the individual is united with God in the heart center, and that every single human being has Christ within them. There isn't one person who's uniquely closer to God than you. There's nobody closer to God than you. There's nobody more deserving than that relationship than you, or more capable of that for you. Actually, you're going to be the best person to feel that within yourself at this point. We need study. We need spiritual leaders of all different kinds, right? But they're not going to be the ones that uniquely like deliver you to spirit. You have to have yourself and your unique connection with God, with Christ, with the Holy Spirit within you, and that becomes a mechanism of all spiritual realization. So having this idea about priests having to have a certain genetics and genetic determination goes directly against Western culture, most religious systems. It's the emphasis on bloodline, genetics, and ethnicity is the determining factor of the soul and capacity within this idea of the third temple. And it goes along with the idea of a certain people being chosen. So sometimes amongst the Jewish culture, and I see this on Twitter all the time, is people proclaiming that they are chosen. We are the chosen people. We are chosen. Nobody is chosen. Okay, there are no chosen people in the sense that there's no one ethnicity, there's not one group, there's not one bloodline that stands higher than others in this world. That's not real. This needs to be discussed and called out immediately. It's a completely toxic idea. And it's toxic when any ethnicity does it. Okay, it's toxic when the Nazi Party came forward and said, we are the superior race, white people. That's completely toxic, and it causes society to collapse and fail, because you can't have one group that is saying my group is closer to God than yours, my group is superior than yours. And I understand, again, not all people in the Jewish community think that they're chosen or closer to God or a chosen people. I'm not talking about you then. I'm talking about people who genuinely believe that because of their blood in their veins, because of something so material, their ethnicity, that they're chosen by God. That's not real. Okay? And again, this is the same thing that the Indian system struggled with when they had this incredible caste system that allowed no social mobility, right? All cultures can get caught up in this idea of supremacy, and it destroys civilizations. It doesn't work in a cultural setting, right? So let's watch a video of this is a video of the temples being prepared, and this is one of the priests who I'm assuming this priest has been proven to be of the bloodline of Aaron, and he is selected. His Y chromosome has been examined, and he's been chosen to be this priest. And here he is talking.
שמי אברהם כהנא ממכון המקדש. אני כהן לא בגלל שבחרו בי בכהן, אלא אבא שלי כהן, וגם הסבא שלי כהן, והסבא רבא שלי כהן, עד אהרון הכהן שהיה הראש וראשון לכל הכהנים שבעם ישראל. כל מי שהוא משבט לוי, ממשפחת אהרון הכהן, הוא נקרא כהן, שהקדוש ברוך הוא בחר אותו כדי שיעבוד ויהיה משרת השם בבית המקדש. לפני כ-30 שנה הוקם המכון, וכל הכלים כמעט מוכנים לבניין בית המקדש השלישי שייבנה. אחרי שבנינו את הכלים, נשאר לנו את העובדים. מי יעבוד בבית המקדש? והנה הכהנים. אנחנו צריכים להכשיר את הכהנים כדי שיהיו מוכנים לעבודה בבית המקדש. בהתאם לכך הוקם בית ספר שנקרא נזר הקודש, שתפקידו להכשיר כהנים שיהיו מוכנים ממש לבניין בית המקדש. בהתאם לכך גם כן נעשו תרגולים מעשיים לקראת בית המקדש. יש לנו את עבודת התמיד, ניסוך המים, קורבן פסח, שבועות, שתי הלחם, ביקורים. כל אלה תרגילים שנעשו ונעשים במהלך השנה. כל הכהנים שלמדו בעבודת נזר הקודש באים ומתרגלים את העבודה מחדש. מלמדים את הרבנים שמלמדים לנו את הלכות העבודה. את הרב ישראל אריאל, ראש מכון המקדש, הרב עזריה אריאל, ראש כולל מכון המקדש, הרב יהושע פרידמן, גם מרבני הכולל, שבאים ומדריכים את הכהנים להלכה ולמעשה. השאיפה שלנו שזה לא רק יסתכם במקום הקטן הזה, ולא רק בקבוצה מצומצמת, אלא שכל הכהנים בעם ישראל, בעולם כולו, יבואו וילמדו את ההלכות כדי שנהיה מוכנים לבית המקדש.
Okay, so all of those individuals there would be of the same, essentially bloodline. And the other undercurrent here is that basically, like, if the vision is to come true, all people would be underneath those priests, all people of the world potentially. How some rabbis interpret prophecy is that when the Messiah takes his place on the throne of the third temple, which for some Christians and Muslims is the Antichrist, but just for our purposes, their Messiah comes. What these rabbis predict, or what they say the prophecy is that the world will come to face him and everyone will see him as the world savior and will be underneath these priests, basically. So it kind of creates this bottleneck where those will be the priests of the world, sort of thing. And again, this goes against the idea of a free and open, society in that way. Like, in initiation today, that's not how we operate. Does this make sense? Does this make sense? It's not, your ability to serve as a priest is not determined by your bloodline. I mean, I think that if you have a dad who's a priest, or you feel specifically called because of your bloodline, because there are many there, that's one thing, but capacity to serve is another, and that's totally has nothing to do with your blood. And the primary factor that makes someone a spiritual figure is actually their ability to love. Actually, it's really their ability to love. It is their ability to serve man, and it is their unique ability to connect with God. And, we are always surprised at the individuals who can be that in our life. And it definitely is not a genetic thing. Genetics can be part of certain capacities, but again, it is not the determining force. And there shouldn't be an entire system and hierarchy set up around a bloodline. This is the stuff that has caused so many problems in culture, right? So the idea that spiritual authority or priestly capacity is determined primarily by blood is false. In our time, every person has the capacity to produce initiation within themselves through Christ. Some people don't call it Christ. Some people call it, essence or God or whatever it is, but it is the same process, and people explain this experience in very similar ways all the time, right? The idea that spiritual power is rooted in a bloodline directly conflicts with Western ideals and, of course, Christian culture. It conflicts with the reality that it is the individual's relationship with God within themselves that is the primary point of power. What makes a person holy is not their blood, nor is it their genetics. No one is chosen. No one is closer to God, nor more capable of spiritual feats because they were born of a certain bloodline. or they're born of a certain culture, okay? Again, all people have the same capacity to advance themselves through the Christ within themselves. So it's more like surfing rather than team sports kind of thing. Everybody has the capacity to evolve through the Christ impulse within themselves to the exact degree they can handle, and that's for everyone, but the process is the same. It's an internal process now, and it has really, anything external is really just an interesting addition on top, really. Therefore, the defining factor in humanity is their personal relationship with God, not ethnicity or blood. Further, modern society cannot operate under the idea of bloodline supremacy. So you can't actually create a modern society and have the society be around a spiritual tradition that believes in bloodline priesthoods. You can't have a modern society that believes that, because it negates the actual evolutionary point in the human being. It negates the Christ within and the process of initiation that we are all going through now through the Christ. Okay, or you might call it through essence or through the spark of God within you. You might not use Christian language, but we're all, again, engaging in the same process with the Christ. This has been this idea of having some kind of ethnic supremacy or genetic determination, bloodline supremacy, has been proven again and again, from the caste systems of India to the Nazis of Germany and various other cultures that believed in bloodline determinism. All groups are susceptible to this impulse, as it represents how humanity operated in the Atlantean period, and especially even post-Christ, pre-Christ period. The idea of one ethnicity being closer to God than another is destined to produce strife and conflict among different groups. Any idea of supremacy, especially institutionalized supremacy, like in a church or a temple setting, is immoral. Okay? It is spiritually immoral to say you can't enter the priesthood or you can't enter a monastery because you don't have the right blood type. And I understand that this is offensive to people who maybe believe that, but I find it offensive to me. So this is my understanding. This is my belief. You can take it or leave it. But this is the reality of what ideas of genetic supremacy does. It destroys civilizations, and we should not accept it in any way or form. It is completely toxic and completely destructive. Again, every single human being, I don't care what gender you are, I don't care what color your skin is, we all share the spirit within us. And that is what evolves us, period. So, okay. The ideas of supremacy always, every single time, stem from an overindulgence of lower ego. So the idea of supremacy in any way is so rampant in every single culture and in the human being, because it is so seductive. Because it says, here, you've arrived at this spiritual height just by existing. You're just better than that person. You're just better than your neighbor because of how you were born, because of the body that you were born into. It is so seductive to think that and to feed that ideology, because it means you don't actually have to do anything to evolve yourself. You're just born better. That's why it's so seductive, but it's completely toxic. Because nobody is born better than anybody else. Nobody is chosen. And I'm seeing it all the time in social media now, that the Middle East is being rustled up. There's these chosen people. No one's chosen. We're all part of God. That's a destructive ideology, period. All right, let's see any comments coming in. Oh, by the way, I want to just say also, if you do support this work, please consider signing up on my website at ggyoung.com, where I do all sorts of stuff like this. I'm going to be live again next week at about this time and taking a bunch of questions. There are forums over there. We play games. We have movie nights. It's really fun. And sign up for my newsletter, please try to support this channel, subscribe, share this video. I'm totally viewer supported, so make a donation. And I take no sponsors. So that's that. All right, so I don't see any comments coming in yet, Wolf. I'll move on to the next section and see if anything else comes in for halfway through this one. So now we've discussed several different things today. First, we discussed the occult reality of land, and that land carries certain energy and that certain entities exist in certain parts of the world. Okay, that's what we started out with. Then we moved on to exploring exactly what Solomon's Temple is, and the reality that there is this radical group of evangelicals and some Jewish people that want to basically take over the Mount Moriah, the Temple Mount, and establish a third temple. We went into the dynamics, a couple dynamics of the third temple and how it doesn't really apply to modern society. And it objectively is not the same kind of rites or rituals that you would find meaningful in our time based on our own natural progression. You might call these rituals archaic, and you might even say that these rituals will bring forth potentially negative entities because they are from a time that no longer, it's from a period where the world operated spiritually differently than it does now. Okay, so that's where we've been thus far. So let's get into specifically Trump's association with the Third Temple. Now, I didn't want to make this presentation too long, so I cut a lot of stuff, but I encourage you to now, start sharing, talking about the different politicians in the world that are part of these sort of temple money-raising ceremonies, and profess to support the Third Temple, and just look for yourself how this is a massive movement for some reason in American politics. And this also brings up, like, is this even something that is like in the interest of Americans, really, right? So Trump has quite a few associations with the establishment of the Third Temple, and a lot of leaders in Israel, religious leaders, political leaders, go out of their way to associate Trump with the construction of the Third Temple. These different political leaders and religious leaders consider Trump to be actually a kind of messiah figure that is destined to build the Third Temple or bring the Third Temple about in some way. So it's like he's a messianic figure that's going to help bring this temple to them. And this has been reiterated a few different times. So I also want to just say off of the bat where I am politically. I don't believe in political tribalism. When a candidate is running, I like to objectively look at their policies and see which one is going to be the best for freedom and the growth of humanity, the best I possibly can. I don't believe that you should blindly follow any politician because you voted for them or because you like them. That's tribalism. Okay, so it's not that I'm like for or against Trump or trying to trash Trump or something. It's that every single human being should go beyond tribalism and blindly worshiping politicians and basically idols, and be able to objectively understand that a politician is going to do some things that are good and they're going to do some things that are bad. But what's going to get the best out of any and every politician is your criticism of them. I guarantee you that the more you become sycophantic for any politician, left or right, the less honesty you're going to get from them and the less they're going to work for you, because politicians have so much pressure to serve the hidden oligarchs. And the only way we're going to get the best out of them is if we pressurize them to do so. That's just the world of politics we live in. Let's not pretend it's any different. So our duty as people is to challenge our politicians, to be skeptical of them. It shouldn't be offensive to you when somebody says, "Why are you doing this?" Or when they say, "I don't think that this is a good direction." We should immediately open up a conversation and say, "Well, is it?" The sycophantic nature of people towards political leaders and celebrities is part of the reason why we are here. We are only going to get the best out of politicians if we pressurize them. It's the opposite of tribal support. And what drives it usually is hatred. It is hatred of the other side. It's that you hate the other side so much that you support everything that the other one does, and you are caught in a dialectic at that point. And you're exactly where the powers that be would want you. Okay? So we actually have to objectively evaluate different politicians, and we can't act tribally here. And I say that because it's like the moment that you criticize Trump, there's all these people that just, they're so terrified that if you criticize Trump, that like a lefty will get in or something like that. Or you criticize someone on the left, you criticize Obama, or you criticize, and it's like people are just like attack you because they're so scared someone on the right is going to get in. We have to get over this paradigm. And we have to actually have an objective vision of the kind of leaders we want and hold them accountable to that. Because this back and forth that's basically rooted in hatred and fear of the other party getting in is destroying us. Okay? So a lot of Israeli officials and religious figures see Trump as a messianic figure, specifically that's going to bring forward this third temple. And it's interesting because it's like Trump is an architect, he's a builder. And so it's like Trump is Solomon. He's Solomon the architect, bringing in the third temple. And Trump is accused of being a Freemason because he'll use the kind of Freemasonic geometry in his buildings and in his constructs, the angles in which he builds his buildings, and the numbers in which he uses have occult value. And so people accuse him of that. I don't know if he's a Freemason. I'm not saying he is. All of this in this video is allegedly. The thing that really got people concerned about the reality that Trump may have some kind of alliance, an occult alliance, maybe even a hidden alliance with certain factions from Israel, was when he moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. And why that upset people was that that area was a borderline area that bordered Palestine. So Jerusalem is kind of on the border there. And so when he put the American embassy, it was seen to inflame and agitate the Palestinian people because they saw it as an act of aggression, right? And some of the people who are for the temple, like Bibi Netanyahu and other very wealthy Israeli people, Israeli celebrities, religious leaders, politicians, were in attendance. And Bibi Netanyahu basically says when the embassy is moved, he says, now we're closer to establishing the third temple. Thank you to the Trump family. And people, I remember this happening, and I know that a lot of people that were really into this third temple stuff were like, this is so weird, because there's really no reason necessarily to move the embassy there. Like, this is a clearly a cult move. It's a spiritual move. Why is America operating on that occult level? Should it just be geopolitical? Why are we getting involved in this spiritual operations in the Middle East, right? So here is the video of the embassy and Bibi Netanyahu saying, thank God Trump has moved the embassy to Jerusalem, so now we can really get closer to building the third temple.
In Jerusalem, King David established our capital 3,000 years ago. In Jerusalem, King Solomon built our temple, which stood for many centuries. In Jerusalem, Jewish exiles from Babylon rebuilt the temple, which stood for many more centuries. In Jerusalem, the Maccabees rededicated that temple and restored Jewish sovereignty in this land. And it was here in Jerusalem, some 2,000 years later, that the soldiers of Israel spoke three immortal words: Har Habayit Biadenu, the Temple Mount is in our hands. Words that lifted the spirit of the entire nation. We are in Jerusalem and we are here to stay. Over a century ago, the Balfour Declaration recognized the right of the Jewish people to a national home in this land. And exactly 70 years ago today, President Truman became the first world leader to recognize the newborn Jewish state. Last December, President Trump became the first world leader to recognize Jerusalem as our capital. And today, the United States of America is opening its embassy right here in Jerusalem. Thank you, President Trump, for having the courage to keep your promises.
All right, so that happened in his first term. And people, you can see Jared Kushner and Ivanka there. And eventually people became really suspicious of Jared Kushner. And what I understand is that Trump was actually advised to remove Kushner from his cabinet because there was such a desire for this weird political temple, like this weird thing going on. There was so much influence from Israel coming in that they had to actually remove him from the cabinet because he was getting so criticized for that. And in his first term, Jared Kushner ends up negotiating the peace accords. And if you look into the Third Temple, there's a bunch of things that are supposed to happen before the temple is built. Like, for example, there's going to be peace accords that are negotiated. Another one is that the world's leadership will descend into decadence and degenerate leaders will rule the world. And there's a whole bunch of things, Gog and Magog, and there's all of these specific prophecies you can look into about the Third Temple. And again, that kind of gets us into, are you trying to bring about your Messiah through that, or are you actually experiencing a prophecy? If you're forcing it, sort of thing, like, do you force a prophecy or do you experience it? That's a deeper discussion than what we can have here today. And so there's also a lot online. I'll try to link some below in the description when we're done streaming today. But a lot of religious leaders would like, you know, claim that Trump was King David, that Trump was basically the new King David. Trump was King Cyrus, and Trump was basically the new King Solomon sort of thing. And so there was so much rhetoric about Trump being this special figure that was going to bring forth the liberation of the state of Israel and build this third temple, which would really bring in the Messiah, the Jewish Messiah, and everything that we're talking about. People were like, this, you are like the guy, King Cyrus, who allowed the temple to be built the second time. You're like King David, who declared Jerusalem to be the center of Israel. This is you, Trump. You know, why do that? You know, why have this religious affiliation towards a president? You know, it's unusual. It's weird. I mean, you can conduct your diplomacy and we can do these things, but we don't have to have this worshipful stance. Or what really could be going on is immense forms of flattery towards President Trump. You're like King Cyrus. You're like King David. You're so special. You know, I mean, is it necessary to compare someone to religious figures in the Bible and kings? And I mean, maybe we're going to do that naturally when we have a leader. We'll be like, oh, you're like this or you're like that. But it is very unusual. I would say it's taking it pretty far. It's taking it pretty far. It's what I'm trying to say is it's not normal diplomacy. It's becoming worshipful, or it's becoming some form of flattery or something. I'm not sure, but I just know that it's unusual. What also was notable is that again and again, Trump is said to be like the modern incarnation, or like the reincarnation of King Cyrus. And now King Cyrus, the king who allowed the temple to be rebuilt, was an Iranian king, I believe. And his symbol was a lion, or he's often associated with the lion in the original Iranian flag, which is a lion. And the Persian culture is extremely occult. We can't even get into that today. The word Aryan comes from Iranian. So there's a bunch of stuff to go into that on the occult side, but we do not have time for the Aryan-Iranian conversation today. But ultimately, Trump will often picture himself with the lion, and the operation that was taking place between Israel and Iran was called Rising Lion. And I believe what it's supposed to symbolize is that ultimately they want regime change to happen, and they want to restore Iran to its original heritage, which is the old monarchy. The old Iranian flag with the lion, rising lion, is like, bring back old Iran before the oppressive regime of the mullahs come in. And I can understand that if the Iranian people want that would be a good thing for them. I don't have anything to say about that. I'm not officially commenting on that particular part of it. I'm just saying that the lion is a symbol of old Iran. It is a symbol of King Cyrus, and it is a symbol that Trump has openly associated with himself. Okay. And it is Operation Rising Lion that we have been so entrenched in the last week. What this means, all I know is that the lion symbol is being used, so I'm going to mention it. So here is some lion imagery that often follows Trump around, just as a point of interest. There's Baron Trump on the right-hand side there. Now, you know that Baron Trump may be being groomed for a certain position, because he has this origin story book that kind of paints him to be like an advanced figure, basically. All right. This is more on the right. There is the Iranian flag with the lion, the original flag before the mullahs took over. And then that's the Patriot Party that's associated with Trump, and all the lion imagery. There's been a lot of lion imagery with Trump, actually. There's also a lot of imagery with Trump with like very Christian imagery too, where it was like Jesus was like, had his hand on Trump's shoulder and he's like, I'm with you, bro. And then like God was behind. There was a huge effort to paint Trump, even in the American sphere. 2016, 2020, 2024, you've got to admit that there was massive imagery to associate Trump with religious figures. There just was. I had never seen in American politics the images of Jesus around Trump or the religious iconography that was associated with Trump. It was just there. I don't know if that was organic and people really felt that way, or if that was some kind of propaganda to do with this ultimately. I don't know. I'm not saying, I'm just saying we all saw the pictures with Jesus and Trump. We all saw them. Make of them what you will, but we all saw them. Okay. Also, we were talking earlier about how pretty much all of the third temple has already been constructed. It's already been made. It's already been created. They just have to get the mount and put it together, basically. Every stone has been cut. Every item, every ceremonial item, every priestly garb has been done. And one of the things that was famously in Solomon's temple is the Ark of the Covenant. Okay? The Ark of the Covenant is like, if you think about Raiders of the Lost Ark, and they talk about it in the Bible, and there's all this myth and lore about the Ark of the Covenant. Well, technically it's supposed to be in the temple if it's going to be reconstructed. And so they did reconstruct, apparently, the Ark of the Covenant as well. And they were bringing it along. And I believe this is the case. I believe there was an Ark of the Covenant that was constructed, and they were traveling around and showing it to different places and kind of exhibitioning it. They did it with the menorah too, but they would take these items of the temple and they would like travel around the world with them and be like, this is the menorah for the temple, or this is the Ark of the Covenant for the third temple. And one of the places where the Ark of the Covenant was seen was actually Mar-a-Lago. So Trump actually allegedly, apparently had the Ark of the Covenant that was designed for the third temple in Mar-a-Lago. And he was showing it there, which I find to be really interesting. That's at least what this article said. So here it is. This is the Ark of the Covenant that was built for the third temple. It's hard to find information on it, by the way, but from what I could see, from what I could discern from what was said in the speech and stuff, that this is actually the Ark that is going to be in the temple. And there was a whole big to-do about it, and they're like, oh my God, it's amazing, look at this thing. And then it goes on this tour and it travels around and it ends up here. And it looks to be the same thing, but it's missing its. So there ends up being an Ark of the Covenant anyway. Either way you spread it, there's an Ark of the Covenant which belongs in the third temple at Mar-a-Lago, and different political figures and journalists take time to pose for it. Obviously, this is James O'Keefe, previously Project Veritas, now Oh My God Media. There he is on the left-hand side, posing with it. There's Laura Loomer posing with it. I don't know if they know about the third temple or anything. I'm not saying they do. I don't know. I'm just saying this is another connection where the Ark of the Covenant belongs in the third temple when it comes to be, according to their own ideology, and there is one at Mar-a-Lago for a while. That's fascinating. That's interesting to me. The other weird way that Trump was associated with this messianic figure, this like messianic role, was different rabbis. There's actually a recording of this. I didn't get the recording because I didn't want it to go too long, but basically Trump has been told by different rabbis that the gematria of his name basically means Messiah from the house of David. So the gematria is like Hebrew numerology, and they'll take the names of things and they'll break it down into words. And they believe that the word that comes from the numbers is a secret message about the thing, about you. So they'll take your name and then they'll break it down into numbers and then associate those numbers with different letters. And then you'll get all of these different calculations about you, right? And so apparently the number of Donald Trump in gematria was 424. And that apparently is Messiah from the house of David in gematria. And so they were telling him this. They're like, listen, Trump, I did the gematria. Okay, I did the gematria. You're 424. It means that you are the Messiah from the house of David. Like, I did it. I did the numerology on that. And so this is another example of, him being told by these different rabbis, like, you are the king of David. You are special. You have a special role here. And I find this kind of messianic ideas about the president to be disturbing, to be quite honest. I don't think that there's a place in global politics where any group should be looking at the president as a messianic figure, as an image of King David, as an image of Cyrus. I don't think it's appropriate. Maybe people will. Maybe people will craft these comparisons. Maybe people want to visualize Christ's hand on Trump's shoulder. That's fine. But when it comes to actual diplomacy and going out in the world and engaging with different nations, it's not appropriate to accept this image or to portray this image. This is getting into weird, culty, religious kind of stuff, to be honest. Okay, so probably actually, do I have any more images? No, okay. Oh yeah, no, I do have something else. So earlier, I was trying to make it clear that this is not about Jews. Okay, this is a radical faction of some Jewish people, obviously rabbis, Jewish politicians for sure, very wealthy. I know Miriam Adelson has been at a couple of these things, these fundraisers for the temple, I believe, allegedly. And so it's a coalition of different people, right? It's not just like a Jewish thing. There's Christians that are behind this, all kinds of people. And there are evangelical priests that have been spending decades, literally decades, even preaching about this building of the third temple, telling people it needs to happen, that it's part of the fulfillment. Again, this is crazy. And also there is a video I'm going to show you of an evangelical priest saying the same thing about Trump to his congregation. And there's several different examples and videos of this. Literally religious leaders claiming that Donald Trump is King Cyrus, the great king that builds the temple and that liberates the Jewish people. Why are we doing this? This is again and again and again. You'll find evangelical preachers saying this. Okay, and this is a political figure. Trump is a political figure. So here is the evangelical preacher doing this.
Donald Trump is a wrecking ball to the spirit of political correctness. The 45th president of the United States will be Isaiah 45. Call me crazy, but I heard it right. The Lord said to me, that's the one. So I go to read Isaiah 45. After you hear something like that, you start looking. Thus says the Lord to Cyrus, whom I've anointed. Donald Trump has an anointing upon him. The hand of God is on him. Oh, I know a bunch of people say, well, how can you say that? He does this and he does that. Cyrus wasn't even a Jew. He was a Persian. God literally took a foreigner and put him in the arena to fight for his own people's sake. And the Bible goes on to say, thus says the Lord to Cyrus, whom I have anointed, who's going to break the two-leaved gates of Babylon. He's going to start breaking down things, break the bars of iron. He's going to undo the military capacity of all of his enemies. I'm going to release to him the treasures of darkness. And this I will do, though he doesn't even know me yet. I read that, I thought, man, how long has this been in the Bible and I missed it?
He's going to undo the military capacity of all of his enemies. So So this is not appropriate, okay? When you start to glorify a politician, that's idolatry, all right? Again, you can compare people and say, oh, this reminds me of this or this, whatever. But the moment that you start to put a politician, a person, a human being on that pedestal and start saying, this is someone from God, whatever, what ends up happening is that you become unable to see them for who they really are. You become unable to criticize them because now you're thinking they have this glorious spiritual place in the world, that they're a messianic figure, that this is Cyrus. This is King Cyrus. The Bible said, and he's going to bring about the second coming. Okay, when you're applying spiritual properties to a politician, that is profane. Okay, that's idolatry. How this is actually at Turning Point USA, how this is actually happening is beyond me. How far have we gone? I see this again and again and again with different evangelical, pastors and stuff like that. You cannot take a politician who is a human being and raise them to be a spiritual figure or the reincarnation of a spiritual figure, or even pressure them to be that. And I'm not saying that Trump has accepted this. I don't know how Trump feels about all this stuff. Maybe he's completely weirded out by it. Lord knows I would be. I'm not saying he believes this about himself. I'm just saying that this stuff is going on, and it's getting a little too far. Okay, everyone's been operating in their little echo chambers where I believe this and that, and you believe this and that, and there's anthroposophists over here, and Catholics, and Orthodox, and evangelicals, and whatever it is, and spiritual people, or whatever. Everyone's been in their own echo chambers. But when world events start happening that affect everyone, we start having to get to what is objectively true. What is objectively the case? What is objectively true about the second coming? What is objectively true about Israel? What is objectively true about people being chosen? All of these tough answers have to be addressed for us to move forward in a healthy way. It is unhealthy to view any politician as fulfilling a Bible prophecy. The moment that you view them that way, you're not going to view them objectively. That's just the reality. It's not healthy. And it really comes from perhaps even a selfish desire to experience the second coming in your own way or to control it. That's ego. Okay? I also want to bring this forward as well, which was a Tucker Carlson interview. I'm not going to play it, but I don't know if you guys saw this interview where these discussions started to happen. And I think it was at this point, through just conversation, that we started to see the role of I think Israel, and even this spiritual occult aspect that's going on with the evangelicals especially, but not exclusive, not limited to. But I'm just saying in particular, there's a certain sect of Christians that are even politicians that have a specific view of Israel. They have a specific view of the temple. Maybe, I'm not saying that Ted Cruz has a specific view of the temple. I don't have any evidence of that. I'm just saying that there's a lot of influence from Israel and American politics. And there's a whole part of it in the Venn diagram where it gets really unhealthy. And it's time to address that. Not just when it comes to finances and campaign finances, when it comes to spirituality and what is objectively true about Christ, what is objectively true about what Israel means, and all of that. It's time to get that right. It's time to discuss it. And I'm not saying that I have all of the answers. I'm doing the best that I can, and I have enough people who support me that I'm going to do the absolute best I can and leave the rest up to you guys. So I think the weirdest, I think the weirdest thing that came out with Trump and him being this messianic figure who's destined to align with Israel as a spiritual hero and bring about the third temple was probably the shekel that he was on. They actually created a shekel or like a half shekel that had Trump on the shekel. Like sometimes it was Trump's face overlapped with Cyrus's face, King Cyrus's face, and then there was like a temple on the back. You can still buy these coins. And the coins were so popular that you can actually go on to Amazon and order like copies. Like you can get the real coin, which is actual, the real shekel, which is actual silver, actual gold, actual copper, or you can get like copies of them on Amazon. But it's a lot. It's a lot to take in.
Introducing the Guardians of Israel set. This collection features the Trump, Good vs. Evil coin, the original half-shekel Trump Temple coin in bronze, and the 70-year Israel Redemption coin in bronze. Celebrating Israel's strength, redemption, and leadership, these coins honor pivotal moments in biblical and modern history. Temple coins, where history becomes legacy and legacy becomes yours. Introducing the Heritage of Cyrus set. This bundle features 3 versions of the half-shekel Cyrus Trump Temple coin, silver, bronze, and copper. Honoring King Cyrus' pivotal role in Israel's history, these coins symbolize freedom, faith, and prophetic legacy. Temple coins, where history becomes legacy and legacy becomes yours.
I'm pleased to be holding in my hand the silver version of the half-shekel temple coin. This coin is also available in copper and in bronze, and it depicts 2 great leaders, Donald Trump and Cyrus the Great. These 2 great men enabled the Jewish people to return to Jerusalem, the Holy Land. The coin was minted in 2017, exactly on the centenary of the famous Balfour Declaration, Balfour being the Philo-Semite who recognized the Jewish right to their homeland, the Holy Land, and its holy capital, Jerusalem.
So one of the descriptions of the coin set was good versus evil. And I think that's a little concerning. Who is the good and who is the evil? And Trump is being portrayed again as this messianic figure that is fighting evil in the world. This is stretching again. It's beyond what is appropriate for politics. You know, it's also, in my opinion, it's incredibly manipulative. Perhaps it's been done with different people in different places, but maybe it's just me, but it's a lot to take in to see all of this messianic imagery around Trump and his association with paving the way for the third temple, from basically the Abraham Accords from Jared Kushner, the moving of the embassy, the evangelical movement that goes along with this, the constant, and there were many different occasions, many different videos of conferences, many different rabbis making statements, very powerful religious leaders in Israel that would just outright say that he is a spiritual figure that's moving Israel forward, that is serving Israel. He is King David, he is Cyrus, and all of this relates to the building of the temple directly. It relates to Israel, and how much of what's going on there relates to this, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have the answers. I don't know where this is going. I just know that I think we need to discuss it more and maybe pump the brakes on certain things a little bit. And also the proceeds of the coin, so you can still buy it now. I think is it trumpcoin.com? If you just Google Trump template or templecoin.com, something like that. The proceeds of these coins all go to the construction of the temple. So there was an Associated Press documentary on the creation of these Trump Cyrus Third Temple coins. And the gentleman who was like making the coins, they showed the process of him making these coins. And he said that all of the proceeds of these coins go to the educating of priests for the temple preparation, and then anything to do with the building of the temple. So they're selling the coins to fund the temple, basically. So Trump is repeatedly portrayed as a messianic figure. It is normal that people will compare leaders with different spiritual figures, but it becomes distorted and toxic when it's acted upon and taken seriously. It creates sycophants that become overwhelmed with the religious image they have created, rather than working with the events from a clear and neutral place. So if you're now imagining Trump as King Cyrus, now you've decided that Trump is a direct hand of the Lord, that he's bringing about the second coming, you're never going to see Trump objectively again, or anything that he does objectively again, because now you've associated your salvation, your relationship with Jesus, the development of your temple, the existence of your country with someone. You're not going to see that person clearly anymore. This is not what we should be doing with politicians, right? Trump is not a religious nor a messianic figure. He is an American politician that is supposed to be working on our behalf on the world stage. He represents the American people. The American people are his the primary thing that he should be serving. Yet many of his actions have seemed to serve other things than what the American people are saying. That's very unfortunate. His job is to serve the American people, and where possible, be a positive influence in the world for peace, diplomacy, and freedom. That's the job of the president. We no longer live in a time of the Egyptian, Babylonian priest king. So yes, we did once have a time, again, in this early pagan period, where the priest was a priest king. The pharaoh was someone that had divine right, but also was a political leader. Yeah, we used to have that thousands of years ago. And that's what people get concerned about, is it's this throwback ideology that we have these priest kings still. We don't. It's the same thing about no one is chosen. It's these ideologies that really stem from an earlier period of humanity that are rearing their ugly head, and they don't make sense, and they're actually really toxic. Okay, so let's see what you guys have to say so far. Okay. The forest whispers my name. I've always felt this way, Gigi. Thank you for saying this. I never resonated with religion because I noticed they all pretty much claim to be the chosen ones and better than the rest. It's very toxic. 100%. I think we just need to come out with it and say any ideas of superiority of any kind have no place in modern society. There's no place for that. I don't care what religion you are. I don't care what race you are. There's no place for any ideas of supremacy, and none of it is okay. Nobody is better than somebody else because of the body they're born into. And there's more to human beings, to the destiny of human beings and the role of human beings than what this material world values. There's a greater path and destiny for the human being, no matter where that person is in their development. And every person is precious, and every person is to be lifted. And the true sign of an advanced person is actually to dedicate your life to the upliftment of others. So the idea of supremacy is literally the opposite of that. It's not healthy. We should immediately reject it. Eternal Growth says we need to apply the pressure 100%. There are so many sick aspects flying at us that I didn't even get into today yet. But what is going on with suddenly, like, we get the rumblings of war and the war sabers are rattling, and then suddenly it's like Palantir walks in the room and is like, oh yeah, by the way, I need to surveil every possible thing. And you have, as Dark Journalist has so brilliantly pointed out in his reporting, you now have this bizarre thing called MILNET, which is a military satellite structure that's going to go in, that's kind of similar to Starlink that's going in now. So while we're all, quote, caught in the fog of war, unquote, we suddenly need to have all of this, Patriot Act style surveillance software and satellites above us. And so you have the tech bros coming in and just clamping down. What was the July 4th thing? I stuck in like the big beautiful bill, King Cyrus's big beautiful bill. It's massive. You can't criticize the development of AI for 10 years because the other guy might make it first, and it's just one giant dangerous race to the bottom. Just total arms race until the only people that have power are the oligarchs that created it. No, you're right, Eternal Growth. We need to apply the pressure. Because once these technological systems get in, and even certain spiritual things are harnessed, it's very difficult to get it back. That's just how it is. You get something like the Patriot Act, you don't get your rights back. You get surveillance satellites and this oppressive technology like Palantir and the data mining. You allow that to happen, it's very difficult to get it back. Okay. We need to be on our representatives like white on rice. We need to stand up and say, we do not accept this. Here is why. Now. People spend so much time focusing on the mundane things, but really there's a bunch of stuff that we need to, like with the AI and surveillance, we really need to get on that. Isis Blossom. I hear from any group of people, if I hear from any group of people that they are special and better than others in any capacity, it makes me want to walk away as fast as possible. Yeah, because you know that you're not talking with someone who's operating in reality. When people start doing that, you just want to leave because you know it's not possible for you to have a normal, meaningful conversation, because eventually it's going to boil down to the reality that this person thinks that they're in some kind of genetic hierarchy that's better than you. It always comes down to that. It always has in the past. We've seen this before in different cultures, and it always destroys a civilization, right? This is from a member. What really irks me is when people try and suggest that modern day Christians engage in sacrifice when they eat the sacramental bread and drink the wine. Yeah, the problem is literalism and materialism. That is a symbolic act where you're entering and merging with the body of Christ. That's a symbolic metaphor, because in earlier periods, we didn't have the ability to fully and completely grasp the objective spiritual feat that the Christ performed. We didn't have the ability to even honestly comprehend it until really right now. Now is what is called the age of spiritual science, or anthroposophia. That's the age that we are in now. Now is the time, right when we get into natural science and looking at the natural world and being like, I totally understand every aspect of the natural world to the point that we could split atoms. Like the whole natural world we've categorized and understood. We have to do that with the spiritual world as well. We have to understand the spiritual hierarchies. We have to understand what a saint is. What makes someone a saint? They don't just like miraculously just blurp into heaven at one point. There's a specific process of initiation that a saint went through to become a saint, or a bodhisattva in the East, or a master in maybe Christian esotericism. These are all things that are objectively true that we have to come to realize. And in prior periods, we would do symbolic gestures of things. So you would symbolically consume the body of Christ. That didn't mean that you're a cannibal, okay? That means that you're entering into the body of the Christ, and through your union with him, developing your own resurrection body. So you're entering the body of Christ. And that was how it was symbolically portrayed. That's one of the tenets of it. It's not literally. This is the problem with modern spirituality today, is people will go back into spiritual texts that will describe something, and they take it in the most literal, materialistic way. When you're reading a spiritual text, a huge portion of that is going to be allegory and metaphor to describe something to you that you can't see. The spiritual world is invisible to us. It's right here, but it's invisible to us. So how we describe these things is through symbology, imagery, and metaphor. We symbolically understand it. And then it gets to a point where we are now, where we can begin to objectively understand it. That's the age that we are in now. Is now we don't have to have the story, the symbol. We can directly know it. And that's where, when we can directly know, when we can directly understand it, that's where we have to be real honest about seeing what a lot of these old rites really do to consciousness. They're not good for it, right? And this comes with the objective vision of the spiritual world too. Otherwise, it just becomes like, well, I read the Bible this way, and this is what I think it means. Well, I read the Bible and I interpret it this way, and that's what I think it means. No, there's an objective reality to the spiritual world. There's an objective way in which human beings evolve, in which you basically develop your spiritual bodies. There's an objective hierarchy of spiritual beings we operate with and within. There's an objective hierarchy beneath us of elemental beings that operate it. Whether people want to view it or not, it exists. There's an objective science to human initiation. There's an objective science to spiritual saints and masters and bodhisattvas that make them that exalted. All of that can be clearly understood. And through that, we come into an even higher age of awakening where you have true peace on earth, because we don't get caught up in the misunderstanding of scripture because we can't actually perceive what it's talking about. We're just going off of weird hierarchies and what people say and whatever. We have to be able to perceive the spiritual world, which begins not with obviously the most clear perception like some kind of famous mystic or something, but it begins with really you feeling the truth in your gut. Intuition is not something special for some people. It is something that you have. And it begins with your own survival. Everybody's had a feeling, where they say, oh, I don't know if I should get on the plane today, or I don't feel good about this person. Like I just have a really bad feeling. That is your intuition. And that can be cultivated into very, very, very high degrees. And that's what makes a mystic is the cultivation of that basic intuition that begins as a survival instinct. But when we get that, when we can cultivate that, we're not just relying on exclusively what someone tells us or what a book says. Yes, spiritual texts are holy. Initiation is possible through them. They reveal a lot. I'm not saying throw them away. I'm not saying they're meaningless. I'm not saying the structures of church and stuff is bad. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that within us, there's a power to truly, truly know that comes from developing that perception. And it enriches the Bible. It enriches the Bhagavad Gita. It enriches all of these books and puts them in place in our heart. It doesn't get rid of them. It enriches them. It enriches the work of the true initiates that have gifted us with every capacity we have. This is the kind of knowledge that we are destined to come into. But we can't do that if we're engaging in ridiculous games where someone's chosen and someone's not, and taking the Bible literally, and this president is the king of Iran. Like these are not activities that are going to evolve us. I'm sorry. Okay? And if you have dabbled in these things and whatever, That's fine. I'm just saying we're in the red zone. Okay, we're gonna do a few more, and then I've actually got a few more sections where, you know, get a snack, get a treat. We're still going. Okay. This is from Mary Kilbane. I know you have been fed the spiritual materialist view, but that is not how life and ascension works, especially not if based on blood sacrifice that didn't happen. I'm not sure if that's referring to Christ's sacrifice. I definitely am not a spiritual materialist, and the sacrifice of Christ did objectively happen, and Jesus was a real person, and he actually did that act that affected the planet and humanity. And if we can't acknowledge that, we cannot acknowledge the capacity that was gifted through that act. So if you can't acknowledge the man, the initiate, and what happened, you can't acknowledge the capacity within yourself, and you cannot consciously work with it. In order to consciously work with a capacity within you, you have to acknowledge how it got there. So in order to consciously interact with the Christ impulse and not have it just be something, you know, or the Holy Spirit, and not just have it be something in the background that you use when you meditate, you have to understand how the Christ impulse got within you. You have to understand the entire reality of it, of Jesus, of Christ, and then you can directly you can directly interact with your own development because you understand how it got there. And you can engage in deeper and deeper levels of your own evolution. If you don't acknowledge that Jesus the man existed and that Christ entered him and that he did this right for humanity, you're not going to consciously interact with your higher self and the aspect of your higher self that is transformative, which is the Christ within your higher self. That's the collective I. That's the great spirit of the Native American traditions. This is the aspect that all of us are in union naturally with. This is the initiating impulse. It's the real impulse that makes us higher. If we want to interact with that directly, we have to understand where it comes from, how it got there inside the human being. You can interact with it passively all you want, and people do, but you want to get, if you want to actually directly comprehend it, you have to understand how it got there. Okay, we'll do 3 more comments and then we'll get into the final sections. Okay, Gavin Hins. Begin to live your lives believing in the equality of all that exist. Yes. Okay, we are more than an IQ number. We are more than whatever surface level thing exists. Humanity and why human beings take certain bodies, why we exist in certain ways, is one of the deepest mysteries around. It's a beautiful mystery, and to think that you actually we fully understand that there's a kind of arrogance in that. And the thing that we know for sure is that the human being evolves through love and life, and through being in service to our fellow humanity. And that's it. Life should be centered around that. And when you have that understanding, everything opens up. As long as there's these weird hierarchies and chosen people and this person is better because they're this race, we can't move forward. Okay? Green Man. We haven't operated constitutionally since pre-1861. I know, it's just been pre-1861 is interesting because people always say that, you know, it's 1963, and when President Kennedy was assassinated, that was basically the coup that took over America. And I think that's true. I think there's been these different stages of America being slowly dissolved and taken over. And the Constitution and the Bill of Rights have just been suffering this attrition where nobody really cares about it or understands the impulse that was behind it. And it's time for a real renaissance. But if we want to get there, it's going to take some really difficult conversations. And some of these conversations are 100% spiritual. You're not going to tell me that the spiritual world doesn't matter, that religion doesn't matter, and that occult stuff doesn't matter after everything we've went through. And all of this stuff about like building the temple and spiritualifying, Trump, we need to have a conversation about, is the occult okay in politics? Because if you've got the American president on a temple coin next to King Cyrus's face, that's a bit of a red flag. I don't want to see an American president on a coin to build the third temple that involves sacrificing thousands of animals and has a priest class that's only okay by genetics. I'm not interested in that. That's harmful. Okay, let's get American statesmanship back to where more of an ideal, more of a sober place. Okay. Sky, the chemistry of Christ is truth. Every cell and blood cells can be saturated with the Christ. The saints knew this. Yes, exactly. And the reason why many of the tenets of esoteric Christianity are not in the Bible is because the Bible was specifically written for a certain period of time. And this is how all holy books are written. You go back into early periods, you get incredible stories and operas, and they're not operas, they're myths and things like that. You will get a holy book written, and it will assume certain things and it will leave out certain things. It will work under some assumptions and it will leave out certain things, and it will be tailored for the time in which humanity is in. But eventually humanity will have to understand the objective esoteric reality of the spiritual world and Christ. And I mean, you have Paul talking about the hierarchies of angels. You hear them discussed throughout the Bible, but yet it's sinful or heresy to actually try to extrapolate the spiritual the hierarchies and understand them into a meaningful system we can use and get higher to them. We can't take it that far. It's also very degenerate to have this approach too, that we can't go deeper into Christ, that we can't go deeper into understanding what the angels are. Either it exists objectively or it doesn't. And if it does, and it is the force that has created the world, and that is the world, then let us go deeply into it. Let us go into truth. Or is it that you fear that it's not true? So let us go deeply into Christ. Let us go deeply into the spiritual hierarchies and every aspect of it, so that it becomes truly part of us, and that every cell, every blood cell is saturated with him. Why there shouldn't be any kind of judgment from dogmatics about going deeply into the spiritual hierarchies and understanding angels or understanding Mary, or aspects that were left out of the Christian religion, because not everything is going to be included in a 66 book document. You're not going to get every mystery in the universe. It doesn't mean they don't exist. Okay, this is where we are. We have to understand that we have a lot to learn, and that learning is going to only deepen our relationship with God. It's not going to take it away, right? But I'm sure that there are some people in dogmatic churches that don't want that power to be taken away. They don't want people to directly connect with Christ themselves, and they want to be the hierophant. They want to be the father or the mother or whatever it is, and have it be this traditional way. And you have to look out for that honestly as well. All right. So it wasn't just Trump that was so emphatically supportive of the temple. And there's another politician was currently standing behind Trump yesterday. It is Hegseth, Pete Hegseth. He is also deeply embedded in the sort of Israel cause and even the third temple. And it's just interesting to see him stand behind Trump at this point with everything we're talking about. Here is a video of him discussing the construction of Israel and the third temple, and how he believes that it is a miracle, right? He objectively believes that it is a miracle, and that, other people in America see it that way as well.
but we are here in Jerusalem. And today, Jennifer and I and others had a chance to go see the Western Wall of the Temple Mount, the Western Wall tunnels, so much of the old city. And as you stand there, you can't help but behold the miracle before you. And it got me thinking about another miracle that I hope all of you don't see too far away. Because 1917 was a miracle, 1948 was a miracle, 1967 was a miracle, 2017, the declaration of Jerusalem as the capital was a miracle, and there's no reason why the miracle of the reestablishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not possible. I don't know how it would happen, you don't know how it would happen, but I know that it could happen. That's all I know. And a step in that process, a step in every process, is the recognition that facts and activities on the ground truly matter. And that's why going and visiting Judea and Samaria, understanding that sovereignty, the very sovereignty of Israeli soil, and Israeli cities, locations, is a critical next step to showing the world that this is the land for Jews and the land of Israel. And I believe, as was mentioned, he said you need to, what was mentioned is you need to buy the ticket. Don't just wish for 40 years to win the lottery, buy the ticket. I would submit to you, in light of the support you have in Washington, D.C., the support you have amongst patriotic Americans, amongst evangelical Christians, amongst believers, amongst Republicans, even amongst some Democrats who can barely say it anymore in Washington, buy the ticket, take your action, do what needs to be done here in Israel, because I truly believe this is a moment where America will have your back. You have Donald Trump in the White House, you have Mike Pence as Vice President, you have Nikki Haley at the UN, you have true believers in Israel and America that have your back.
So these are Hegseth's miracles. To Hegseth, these are miraculous events. The first miracle, according to him, is the Balfour Declaration. This is a miracle to him. And that was done in 1917. And that miracle was performed by the globalist Rothschild, one of the wealthiest families in the world that has been connected, allegedly, to all kinds of crimes. I mean, it's to the point where when you say the name, people just cringe. So this is a miracle to Hegseth. And it's a miracle that the Rothschild, Baron Rothschild claims the land that's now Israel. That's a miracle to him, okay? And this is a video, actually, of the miracle that Hegseth is talking about.
In modern Jewish history, and it begins with 3 words: Dear Lord Rothschild.
Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you, on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet.
Why was it that this letter was sent by the Foreign Secretary to your great-uncle Walter?
It's an interesting question because it was primarily a movement from Eastern Europe, but they didn't clarify who was in charge of that movement. And in addition, it was, after all, in Great Britain. So they felt that the Rothschild family should be the one to whom it was addressed. And Walter was Lord Rothschild, and he was a Zionist. And those really are the background reasons.
So Walter received the Balfour Declaration, and I have a copy here. And I wonder if I could possibly ask you to read it for us.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. I'm going to put on my spectacles to make sure I read it accurately. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment of Palestine as a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Yours, Arthur Balfour.
And here it is, the Balfour Declaration. What do you feel when you see it here?
I genuinely feel it's one of the most extraordinary moments in the history of the Jewish people. If you think it took 3,000 years to get to this. And then you say, how did this miracle happen?
How did this miracle happen? This is crazy. So they're believing that these very mundane acts, like a political act, a geographical act, is a miracle. A miracle is a genuine spiritual event that is done by God, okay, or it is done by an actual saint. A miracle is something real. It's not the creation or declaration of a certain land to a certain group. That is a political activity. That's not a miracle. Do you see what I mean? Where we're using all of this sacred terminology and we're making it profane. We're making the sacred profane. We're spiritualizing things that are not spiritual. They're politicians. They are political doctrines that eventually become disruptive. Okay. So the first miracle, according to Pete Hegseth, who is currently serving a very high position in office, is the Balfour Declaration. To Pete Hegseth, this is a miracle. To Rothschild, and I believe Baron de Rothschild, who actually created the Balfour Declaration, I believe he was an atheist. And so it's strange to see an atheist be using the Bible to do anything. Okay, that's a whole other conversation, right? The second miracle is the creation of the state of Israel. This is Pete Hegseth's second miracle. The third miracle for Pete Hegseth is when Trump moves the embassy in 2017 to Jerusalem. So Pete Hegseth sees all of these political moves done by people as being religious miracles. They're not. These are political moves. These are documents signed. There's literally, objectively nothing miraculous about any of that. These are people doing people things. Let's keep the sacred sacred. Let's keep the profane profane. So we're seeing the spiritualizing and glorification of political action. Okay, making the profane sacred is a sin. And also this starts to get us into, like, is the bombing of Iran a miracle? Is the bombing of Gaza a miracle? Is the bombing of one country to another also a miracle? Like, once you start making miracles profane, and I'm not saying at all that anyone thinks that, I'm just saying it's very dark. It goes down a very dark road when you start adding the spiritual, deep spiritual significance to mundane things and seeing them that way. It's human. It's not godlike. There's a space in life for God, and then there's a space in life for the profane, and woe be upon you if you mix them. And to be quite frank, like, I don't want my tax dollars or anything, going towards, in general, occult activities and these occult beliefs. There's many people that operate in America and across the world that have different occult beliefs. And, it just goes against, especially the American ideal, really. There's already talk about this in different ways. So this is also something I wanted to show you. We're going to close up very shortly. I also wanted to show you this other very weird video that appeared. It was actually made by a company called iMix Visuals. So there was this company called iMix Visuals that was responding to this proposal that Trump and I believe Bibi Netanyahu were doing. This is earlier. And it's weird because I'm explaining this, but part of me thinks that it's not real. Like, part of me is like, did I check that 10 times? Because this just doesn't seem, this seems like satire, or it seems like it didn't happen, or it seems like someone made this up. And that's what I keep coming back to when I'm studying this topic, is I think, no, this temple coin, this isn't real, right? This is a joke. Like, this is satire. And I find out it's real. And it's the same thing with this. There was a proposal that was sent called Riviera of the Middle East. And I pray that someone in the comment section says this is not real. Okay. I'm going to tell you about it anyway. There was a proposal that was said, and it was actually, it was called the Gaza Strip proposal. And Trump basically explained that, the people living in Gaza would have to be displaced, and it was going to turn into the, quote, Riviera of the Middle East. Like, it was going to be developed up to be like this tourist destination, like this paradisical tourist destination. And a lot of different countries and individuals were like, this is against international law. You can't displace people. And people really rose up and fought it. But a lot of people were disturbed that it would even be presented. People felt like it was insensitive. People thought it was very materialistic to even be observing what was going on with the war between Israel and Palestine, the destruction that was going on, to even start to talk about Palestine be a Riviera. A lot of people just felt like that was very insensitive and inappropriate. And so he was receiving a lot of pushback on that. They end up dropping it. And then on Donald Trump's Instagram, he ends up posting this video. And it was originally a satirical video making fun of him. But I guess the person running his social media decided to share it. I don't know, but people thought it was very insensitive and bizarre. So here is this video that appeared when Donald Trump basically said that he wanted to make this agreement to make Gaza basically the new Riviera of the Middle East.
Donald's coming to set you free, bringing the light for all to see. No more tunnels, no more fear. Trump Gaza is finally here. Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new light. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza number one. Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new light. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza number one.
So I want to be clear, that is not a video, again, that Trump made. That is a satirical video that people made because Trump said that that Gaza could be the Riviera of the Middle East. So what's weird about that is that I guess Trump posted that on his Instagram and offended a lot of people. I don't know why that happened. I don't know why. It's not good out there, you guys. Obviously the conversation comes up like, listen, I don't want to see a Trump Tower. I don't want to see a third temple in the Mount, okay? I don't want to see a Trump Tower in Gaza. Because if you're a politician and you're making all these decisions, I don't want to see you profit from any kind of war. I think that there needs to be more legislation as well on different war contractors and weapons contractors that make so much money from war, where really it's not great. All right, so yeah, how can someone properly govern when they stand to immensely potentially profit from political decisions? And I'm not saying that Trump wanted to put a Trump Tower in Gaza. I'm just saying that that's the imagery that he was even sharing on his Instagram. It's inappropriate. It makes it even weird with everything that's going on. Again, like, I'm not someone who, hates Trump. I'm not anti-Trump. I'm giving an occult analysis, which is my job, on political current events that involve the president, and a lot of the president, members of his cabinet, that have been going on for almost a decade, that are relevant to current events. And again, if you're not allowed to criticize a political leader, then that is, you're a sycophant. That's not a serious position, okay? So the last thing I want to do before I close out here, and I see I'm timing out already, I've been going for so long. The last thing I want to say is I really want you guys to pay attention for the technological revolution. What this war is really bringing about is the powers that be, the tech bros, the oligarchs, they really want to create a new society, a new golden age that is a technologically driven surveillance state. And one of the things could be, with all the discussion of energy and oil and gas, is that oil could go up. There could be energy scarcity. All of this stuff in the Middle East could cause energy scarcity. And that could give a really good reason for new kinds of energy to be introduced. You know, people talk about, you know, small home nuclear devices or zero-point energy. There's all these different kinds of alternate energy that could be introduced. And creating a scarcity around oil and gas and affecting that could make people desperate for this new kind of energy to be introduced. And that creates the technological revolution. That brings about the golden age, create incredible energy scarcity, introduce new way of having energy, but then with that, a massive surveillance state, the technology is not introduced correctly or with the proper stewardship, which causes spiritual problems. I've already discussed this. I won't get into it again today because we're already at the 4-hour mark. If you follow my work, you know what I'm talking about. If not, check out my Twitter and my channel. So the people want a new America, they want a new world, and they're going to use divisive activities like this to get it. They want to use having you scared to get it. But don't forget that the end result is a technological energy revolution. That's what they're looking for, because with that, they get to have all of that data collection and surveillance, and that's the next level of the Patriot Act. And also, I want to add one more thing. I've spoken about this in the past as well. Originally, Trump wanted to bring about something called Freedom Cities. Freedom Cities was the conservative name for a smart city. Look up Freedom Cities. And the Freedom Cities were going to have vertical takeoff things, and it was this whole technological revolution. And he was going to sell off federal land to create these Freedom Cities. Now, I see all these conversations about selling off federal land. Maybe that's a good idea, that's fine, but is this a conversation about Freedom Cities? Is there anything around the selling off of this federal land to create new communities that is actually a 15-minute city? Is this selling off of land basically buying into a 15-minute city? Or can you do whatever you want with the land or whatever it is? Is this federal land sell-off the same thing as the Freedom Cities federal land sell-off that he talked about, but then became heavily criticized by people against the technocracy? All right, you guys, I'll go through a few more comments if I have any, and we will call it a night. Thank you so much for being with me. Okay, super chats. Aw, thank you so much, Ella. Elarmanine Bay, Dario Darkangelo, Dude Desi 07, Sky Doyle Wayne, Howard S. Ramberg, thank you. Megan Alejandra, 3 Inventames, Mark Lingerfeld, you guys, thank you so much for supporting my work. As you know, I take no sponsors. I'm completely viewer supported. If you enjoy my content and want to know when the next stream is going to be, sign up for my newsletter, which should be in the chat. Wolf should have been giving that to you guys. So sign up for my newsletter to know when I'm going to be live again next, unless it's a surprise one like today, which is okay too. And I also, again, I'm going to be live a week from today on my private website. I'll be taking member questions. So if you want to go deeper into anything we've talked about here, whether it be the energies in the earth, Rudolf Steiner, esoteric Christianity, all of this stuff about the third temple, pagan rites, Christian, whatever you want to get into, we can get into it next week. You guys, thank you so much for joining me. And I'm going to leave you to the rest of your evening. And you guys have a great night. Thank you so much.